Secretary, will you call the roll?
Senator Huff. Assemblymember Buchanan. Ron Diedrich. Here. Kathleen Moore. Here. Lynn Green. Here. Cynthia Bryant.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. So I just want to do a couple welcomes. I didn't do this last time because I was, as my first meeting, I was a little confused, but I did want to acknowledge Assemblymember Buchanan, who's sitting in for Assemblymember Torlakson. Also, today we have Ron Diedrich representing himself as opposed to our usual Scott Harvey. And also extend a warm welcome to Lynn Green, who was appointed by the governor since our last meeting to serve as the public member of the State Allocation Board. And lastly, I did want to acknowledge that between our last meeting and this meeting, we had a change in the center seat here, and Lisa Silverman has agreed to become the acting executive officer of the Office of Public School Construction. So I want to congratulate her and welcome her, and we'll move on to the rest of the agenda. Tab 2 is the minutes from the last meeting. Minutes of the last meeting. There are revised. Our binders have revised minutes. I think everybody's concerns have been addressed. Does anyone have any other comments on the agenda on the minutes? Is there any public comment on the minutes? Is there a motion?
I'll move the minutes.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Do we need to call the roll?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We can call the roll.
Senator Huff. Assemblymember Brownlee. I'm sorry, Buchanan. Ron Diedrich. Kathleen Moore.
Aye.
Lynn Green.
Abstain.
Cynthia Bryant.
Aye.
We should probably hold that over until more members are here.
Okay, we can leave it. We'll leave that one open. Don't let me forget to go back to it. If there's no objections from the rest of the board, I'd really like to suggest that we reorder the agenda slightly today. I'd like to, we'll do Lisa's executive officer report, and then what I'd like to do is move to tab 11, work through that section through tab 17, and then return to the consent and consent specials. My thinking is that we can get some of those items knocked off that have been on the agenda for a couple of months now, and also we can hear from the state treasurer on the bond sales, and on staff on some of our other financial issues, and I think that will better inform us on the discussion we'll have related to the consent calendar and also to tab 7. And also Senator Hancock, when she does join us, has to actually leave a little early, and she really wanted to make sure we got to the high performance issue. So if there's no objections, we'll go ahead and proceed that way. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. Lisa, do you want to do your report?
Sure. Again, we want to share some exciting news in the executive officer statement. This month is kind of a precedent for us. We are bringing forward some funded approvals. For the first time since December 2008, the Office of Public School Construction will be providing active apportionments totaling $110 million at today's meeting. Currently, there's $136 million available to provide apportionments to projects that previously received an unfunded approval. The next topic is the high performance. At the January 2010 at the State Allocation Board meeting, staff was directed to assemble a work group consisting of stakeholders, including architects, school district representatives, and members of the Collaborative for High Performance Schools and the Coalition of Adequate School Housing to address concerns related to the participation in this program, specifically in modernization funding. Staff is coordinating 2 meetings for the month of March in anticipation of presenting an item to your April implementation meeting. Again, the whole incentive is to bring some requirements, additional requirements to the program to perhaps stimulate more applications coming through. And in the seismic mitigation area, a special implementation committee meeting is scheduled for March 4, 2010 to discuss the revisions to the regulations and to increase participation in the program. And the next item I'd like to share with you is the update on the bond market. Today, Mr. Blake Fowler from the State Treasurer's Office will provide us an update on the current status of the state bond market. And the last item I'd like to touch on is our outreach program that we've been implementing in the audit area. On February 17, 2010, staff had the opportunity to present what to expect in an audit at the Santa Clara County Office Facilities meeting. The purpose of the presentation is to provide tips in identifying appropriate documentation needed to have a successful audit. This presentation was well received by the district participants. Staff will conduct similar workshops on March 5th at the Butte County Office of Education, March 12th at the MERCED County Office of Education, and March 19th at the Orange County Office of Education. And we'll be partnering up with the Division of State Architects, who would also be presenting at these upcoming events. With that, I conclude with my statement.
Are there any questions for Ms. Silverman? Any comments? First, we've just been joined by Senator Lowenthal and Assemblymember Fuller. I asked before you got here if we could start today with tab 11 so that we can move through these regulatory items that we haven't been able to get to before, and also have the financial information in front of us prior to having our discussions on the funding items, if that's okay. Okay. All right, so we'll move to tab 11, which is modernization funding for accessibility and fire code requirements.
Yes, I'd like to introduce you to Masha Letzik, our operations manager, and she'll be presenting the item.
Good afternoon. The item is located behind tab 11, and it's stamped page 298 for your reference. And it consists of proposed regulation and form changes, and it's to modify the funding for modernization projects specifically for costs of accessibility and fire code upgrades. Since about 1999, these costs were addressed through a 3% allowance. It was 3% of the base grant, and it was added to all modernization projects that requested the funding. And for many projects, the allowance proved to be insufficient. So in 2006, the State Allocation Board approved a regulation amendment that allowed funding based on estimated costs for code compliance specific to each project, and we refer to it commonly as the 60% grant. Modernization is funded 60-40, and that's where the 60 comes from. We basically take the estimated costs for items that are directly related to accessibility and fire code upgrades. We make a deduction for a certain percentage from the base grant, and we provide that funding directly to the project. At that time, in 2006, the board directed us to evaluate this new funding method along with the existing 3% allowance and determine the best way to provide state funding for these excessive costs. In 2008, we reported back to the board, and based on analysis of projects, found that 60% option provided a far greater amount than the 3% option, and the board directed us to draft regulations to discontinue the 3% grant. And the item that we present today accomplishes this. We have one small exception. Through the discussions at the implementation committee, we found that there is a specific category of modernization projects, we refer to them like for like, and that is when a district is allowed to use the grant to replace facilities in like kind. In those types of projects, we cannot separate the compliance costs from the main cost estimate because the upgrade costs are embedded in the design. The new building is already designed with all the accessibility and fire code elements. So for these projects, we propose to retain the option of 3%. So their allowance will be bumped up by 3% to cover the accessibility costs. So in accordance with prior direction by the board, we are recommending to continue funding based on 60% for all projects and allow just projects for like-for-like replacement to have an option. They can either pick the 60% grant if they have specific items they can identify, or pick the 3% allowance. In our item, we also discussed the history of the grant for your benefit, the discussions at the IMP committee that we had, and we provide some data, historical data, on modernization project with respect to the grant and how much money was allotted through this grant. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? I think we have public comment, I think. I see.
Like that, you mean? Good morning, afternoon, whatever it is. My name is Lyle Smoot, representing Los Angeles Unified School District. And I'd like to ask you to consider not changing the current regulations, leave the options in place, because there are a number of projects, as indicated in the report, that chose the 3% option. because that option provided more money in that particular set of circumstances. The way the formula works for this, what they call the 60% option, because it only covers 60% of the hard cost of the project, so it's the equivalent of 36% apportionment instead of a 60% apportionment. And as a result, you get less money for the project until you reach approximately 17% additional access compliance costs. So anything, if you have a project that has less than 17% of the project as access compliance, you get less money, and you get less money than you currently get for those projects. And so we'd like to see you just leave it alone. Okay?
Hi, my name is Christina Becker. I'm the Director of Modernization, Facilities, Maintenance, and Operations for Santee Schools, a small urban district down in eastern San Diego. So I think we're representing both spectrums of the states of school district, large and small. And I am also asking that you consider option 3. I think that that has been the fairest option that we've been working under for the few years. And I am a registered architect. I've been doing this for 25 years with many of the districts in San Diego County. And as this regulation evolved in terms of the interpretation of access compliance, it's been struggling for us of meeting that with DSA, and I really appreciated it when they came out with the regs that we had, the 3%, or if I had an extremely topographically challenging site, the 60% rule really did help. What was interesting is that we went with our case study of 5 of our schools on our modernizations, and we were perplexed that even though they were very similar, only some of the projects fell under the 3% and some of the projects fell under the 60% calculation. So I'll let Joanne, a branch of the County Office of Ed, speak on behalf of the particulars of that. But we felt that our projects were very typical mods. We had taken 35 to 40 years before we could pass a local bond and modernize our schools, so they were very old schools at 35 to 40 years old, and it was minimum modernization work that we were able to do, but yet to take that 3% away takes $500,000 from my small district, and that's a huge impact for us. So leaving that option 3 on would be our recommendation. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Joanne Branch. I'm a school facilities planning coordinator at the San Diego County Office of Education. Our department specializes in assisting small and medium-sized districts through the complicated processes of obtaining state funding support for their construction projects. I've been working in school facilities for 20 years and with the SFP program for 5. I'd like to provide a quick testimony to the 3 basic reasons to retain the 3% option. 1, the data analysis staff prepared is based on a flawed tool that did not take into account some aspects of the changes in the program during the time that tool existed. 2, during the time of crisis, there's no harm in leaving the districts as many options as they currently have to keep the money that they've planned to spend flowing, and there may be unintended consequences with changing the rule at this point in time. The data reflects a period of learning for DSA where rules were inconsistently implemented and additional training is needed before eliminating that 3% option that the minimum provides. I'll begin with 1. The tool used is flawed. The use of the 60% calculation as a basis for removing the 3% minimum safety net is potentially an incorrect approach. Although vetted at the implementation committee, the practitioners there never agreed that the use of the modernization grant as the basis for this calculation is a method that's accurate or appropriate. Additionally, with the passage of AB 127 in 2006, which delinked the modernization and new construction grants, the tool currently used is not just faulty, but is falling further behind and losing more ground as the new construction grant is increased, but the modernization grant values fall behind. The tool is very detailed and cost-driven, and the leaders who were at OPSC when it was developed are no longer there. Before basing a decision to eliminate an option on the data from the use of a faulty tool, the tool needs to be readdressed. There is no harm in leaving our options in place. The base grant assumes a 7% ADA cost when it was established in 1998 at the beginning of SFP. When the 3% rule was established, DSA had an unwritten, non-regulatory, arbitrary cap limiting the cost impacts of required ADA work to a maximum of 10% of the value of construction. So 7% was in the base grant, and the 3% checkbox on the form equaled the 10% of the DSA's maximum rule. There's no question of what if the district is doing something where maximum wasn't triggered. That just won't happen. The district's work on these sites does trigger that value. When the 10% rule was found not lawful by DSA in 2003 and some time had passed, DSA came forward to the SAB and reported that the 3% adding to make the total of 10% for ADA was not always enough. The additional option of using a huge detailed worksheet to prove excessive cost was implemented along with a calculator. During this time, by a change in form, not by a change in regulation, staff implemented the ADA FLS worksheet as mandatory even when requesting the base 3%. Which is contrary to existing regulations. That resulted in everyone having to do the worksheet and skewed the data. Districts had no choice but to comply. Some architects charged extra for this unanticipated effort. Looking at the top of the chart in the handout that's in your package, you see that the 8 modernization projects used for the Santee evaluation, every project had some minimum ADA work. Regulations are constantly, this was only included in the members' package. Every project had some minimum required ADA work. Regulations are constantly being reinterpreted and tightened with associated cost impacts at DSA and the federal regulations regarding ADA. It would be a very rare event indeed if even a site modernized 3 years ago didn't have some ADA work that had to happen on it. Staff comments state that the 60% calculation provides state funding for 60% of the cost to meet eligibility requirements, providing hardship grants for projects that do not include any code compliance upgrades. The claim in the agenda item that excessive cost grants will be provided to projects that do not have excessive costs is shown to be incorrect, at least on the sample projects we recently experienced at this small district. You can note in the top of the chart in the handout there is no project that has 0 minimum ADA work. If staff has seen this in some projects, they should provide the board with a report to prove that there is the chance that some money that's not due would happen. As shown here, the so-called 60% is in fact a complicated calculation that does not provide 60%, especially when a project uses only a few grants and yet triggers an unknown amount far exceeding 10% of the construction value. The calculation as used actually can result in a negative number, the 60% calculation, which is then rounded to 0. And many times I have heard the term 60% and I just cringe because when you dig in it ends up being at like 25% of the minimum amount of work that's due for DSA. And that just really skews the district's ability to plan for their cash flow for their projects. Based on this, the original 3% error correction should be retained as a minimum and a safety net that districts can rely on when planning their projects, especially considering how woefully underfunded and stagnated the modernization grant is currently. And that's clearly also showed in that handout, which shows that right now, at least in Santee's case, they paid 70% of the project costs. Let's see. Lastly, the DSA's implementation of this. The worksheet, which is required to be prepared by the architect and verified by the PVT and the DSA. There are experiential reports from architects who've been working with DSA, and I've had a great conversation recently with Masha on this topic, and staff's agreed to take a look at this. That there's an inconsistency in the way DSA has implemented this process. It's reported that although DSA will not approve plans without certain ADA work being done, they're not allowing that same work to then be incorporated into the required worksheet, which is frustrating. No comprehensive training was provided to DSA to date as to the desired interpretations that should be applied, and currently there's no appeal process if the district disagrees. I have 2 specific examples if you'd like them. I think they were included in your package already. I can add them to my testimony or continue on.
We can. I think we have them all. We have your. I have it. Does everyone have her testimony?
Thank you. So it is requested that an evaluation of the worksheet approval process be done with the goal of uniform implementation statewide through training through DSA staff and practitioners charged with filling out the worksheet so that we actually are doing that 60% calculation as accurately as we can. Based on these three reasons, I close respectfully requesting that option 3, take no action, be approved at today's meeting to leave districts all options right now and avoid unintended consequences. And I'd like to amend the testimony that is in the package to add that option 3 should be amended to add the 60% worksheet option for like replacement. Additionally, I recommend that DSA's processes be evaluated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nan Scott, and I'm representing Aspen Street Architects. We work with small and rural school districts, and I would like to support the testimony you've had in allowing the 3% option to remain, but I strongly encourage you to also implement the choice of a 3% or 60% for like replacement. The like-for-like replacement projects are not asking for any funds for the inside of relocatables that are being purchased. They're complying with all of the requirements of DSA for path of travel, restrooms, parking spaces, et cetera, and they're being very damaged by being limited to that 3%. So I would just like to encourage you to keep the 3% option, but allow districts that are willing to go through the worksheet to have 60% on the like-for-like replacements. Thank you.
Raise any questions for board members? Staff, can you respond to, I got a little confused on the like-for-like replacement issue they're bringing up there.
The regulations allow for the modernization grant to be used to replace facilities in like kind. So when that happens and an old facility is demolished and the new classroom is put back up, all the elements that are required by current code for fire code, sprinklers, whatnot, and accessibility are already embedded in the design. So that those projects, basically, they can't complete the worksheet to get the 60% grant because they can't split the cost of those items away from the entire design. So that is why it's important to maintain some kind of an allowance for those projects. But a like-for-like replacement project could, for example, also involve items for accessibility like new walkways that could be itemized. So that's why those projects want to maintain the flexibility to be able to, if we just keep the 60% option for them and they're doing nothing but like for like and all the new drinking fountains, fire sprinklers, ADA accessible restrooms are in the design, they won't be able to get any money whatsoever. So that's the like for
So
like.
that's what our current regulations would result in that, what they are today, or that's if we make the change?
Our proposal is to maintain the option for like replacement projects and to retain the 60% allowance for all other mod projects that are doing the typical modernization work, which is to extend the useful life of the building. New HVAC, new windows, new paint, etc.
Okay, Senator Hancock?
Yeah, I was just intrigued by the last speaker's suggestion. Is there a problem if we just now and in the future give districts a choice? Because that would seem like a good way to move forward.
If I may respond, the main difference between the two types of allowances is that the authority for them comes from the education code that allows the board, in addition to the base grant, to adopt regulations for grants to address excessive cost hardships. Examples of those are districts building on small school sites. They get an additional grant, and it's based on that specific school site. An example of that is multi-level construction. When the site is so small that you can't build multi-story, there's a specific multi-story grant. So the main difference is by providing a 3% allowance flat across the board, we're not bringing that specificity. It's an allowance. The 60% allowance is based on the itemized compliance costs that are associated with each individual project. And that's really the main difference between them, that the 60% option, in staff's opinion, is more closely related to the intent of the law for excessive cost hardship grants.
I thought there was a previous option that did give districts a choice.
The original, my understanding is when the SFP was originally implemented, the regulations did not contain any funding for accessibility. Districts were just getting a base grant. Per pupil grant for all their modernization work. When the issue was brought up that accessibility was not addressed, the quick solution was to provide a 3% allowance on top of the base grant project seek that allowance. Like I said in my presentation, in 2006, and what triggered this was the DSA report that surveyed projects, and the main question that was asked is how much of the modernization funding in total goes to accessibility and fire code upgrades instead of true modernization, like new windows, new roofs, etc. And their survey found that it was a vast range. Some projects, it was from 0 to 100%, basically saying that there are some projects that have no compliance costs based on DSA survey, and those that spend 100% of all their funding for modernization on just accessibility and fire code compliance. So that triggered the 60% option, and the board's original guidance to us was to have a pilot program, a period of time during both options are in effect, and then evaluate the two options against each other and pick one to move forward with. So that is why we're bringing the item today in compliance with that prior board direction.
I guess I would suggest, Madam Chair, that we ask ourselves, if it's worked well to have both options available, and a school district can look at its needs and decide which one it wants, that everybody's life would be easier if we did that. We could just continue the way we are.
And can I just ask, in order to achieve that, is that essentially option 3, that if we take no action today, then school districts are allowed, school districts and county offices are allowed to choose the option? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
But we still do maintain, and that's in response to public testimony, there was a mention about form changes in the checklist, because along with the allowance comes the requirement to submit the checklist. Our form currently requires both options to submit a checklist, and that was in response to board's direction to gather data on, even if you choose the 3% allowance, still how much accessibility approximately, is accessibility work is in your project. So that would be the one of the things that the public comment addressed that would stay the same. We would still require a checklist for both. Even if we're not basing, under the 3% option, we're not using the checklist for anything other than to gather data. The allowance is just the 3% of the base grant. Do you see what I'm saying? So along with the flexibility comes the requirement for submittals to us.
And was there any public concern about continuing that?
I believe there was, based on the testimony.
And so what was the public concern about continuing the flexibility of 60% or 3%, making the choice? What was the public concern?
I believe Ms. Branch addressed the fact that it does cost money. An architect may charge extra fees for the district to complete the itemized checklist. And if it's not used to base the funding on, and if it's not used to inform the board on future decision about which option to choose, then my comment to that would be, would that be necessary to submit for districts if the option 3 is chosen? To leave, and perhaps the option 3 could be chosen right now in perpetuity or for a certain period of time. It depends.
And do you think, I think this is probably a question either for Ms. Silverman or do you want to go ahead? I was just going to ask, could we take that action today to take option 3 plus eliminate the worksheet, or is it something that would have to come back another time?
The worksheet was collecting data in order to inform the board's decision to be able to pick an option. And in I think in one of our, we included some data in the attachments where we used that information, where we were presenting information to the board of if the 3% option was not available, how much money would those districts get, and how much money they would get would be determined with a checklist. So,
so an option would be, if the board chose to go with option 3, take no action, the board could also direct staff to go back and take a look at the 60% requirement and the worksheet to review it. So an option for the board today would be to go with option 3 plus an additional evaluation of some of the concerns that were raised.
and if I may add, we would need form changes for that are not presented here today, so we would have to come back to you anyway with that.
Assemblymember Buchanan.
It seems to me, just having this be my second meeting, but with my involvement in facilities on the board, that, I mean, some of the questions we need to ask at some point in time, and I think Ms. Moore brought it up at the last meeting, is what the grant amount should be. Because if you're automatically getting the additional 3%, then we probably should just change the grant, and, you know, that should be part of the process now. So, and I don't see any reason to have school districts go through hoops filling out a form if we're not using the form, because whether you pay for it or have staff time, it's still time and money, and we should be trying to simplify processes. So what seems logical to me is to, you know, continue the current program, to eliminate the form, but at some point in time, I think we need to take a look at the grant amounts and, you know, whether they should be changed or whether the 60%, how that, you know, what really makes sense in terms of what we're doing, because we keep, it seems like we keep patching a system. You know, we've got a base amount and one thing comes up or another, but at what point in time is it part of the routine modernization or whatever, and it should just be that amount and built in, and we're not asking people to jump through additional hoops.
Assemblymember Brownlee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to make a motion, really, to follow up on the suggestion from staff, and that is to continue on, which would be option 3, and bring the form piece back to us. I agree with Ms. Buchanan. I don't want to be onerous on the school districts. On the other hand, I want to make sure that we're accountable as well, and sometimes that data can be very important. So I would make the motion that we go with option 3 and have the other piece of it come back to us.
Madam Chair, briefly, just a point of clarification. It was briefly brought up for option 3 to also add in the language of like on the 60%. So I don't know if that was, if that would be considered, because somebody had brought that up in their last testimony, and I'm sorry, I forgot. Somebody said that sounded like a good idea. So I want to make sure that if that's what you intended as well, either you include that or not.
Did you intend?
I wasn't here for that discussion, so I, in terms of the maker of the motion, I can't make that clarification one way or the other.
If I may, really quick, if we do bring the form back, then we can address that at that point as well.
Perfect.
Okay. Then is there a second on Ms. Brownlee's motion? I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Can you call the roll? Oh, we do have additional public comment. Did you need to add anything to this? If it's something new and enlightening, when you have a motion out here?
I have something to add.
Okay.
Richard Gonzalez of Richard Gonzalez and Associates. I've got to share that I'm, as a practitioner assisting school districts with these forms, I'm confused of what is required of us. I've just heard Masha indicate that the worksheet is required for both the 3% and the 60% proposals. My staff is hearing from one staff at OPSC that the 3% does not require the report. And at an implementation committee, we were told for both like for like and any other project that asks for the 3%, we don't need to do a formal report through DSA. I'm confused. Which do we do?
I don't think we know either. That's what part of the motion at this point is to come back and address that.
On the forms question. Did you have, you already spoke. Did you want to add something?
Yes, Lynn Scott. I just wanted to actually address Ms. Bromley's question on what my testimony had been on the like-for-like. If option 3 is adopted today, then like-for-like projects which do not include any of the embedded cost in their ADA worksheets that are in the buildings, they only address the additional costs that are required by DSA. They will be excluded from choosing the 60%. So if you go forward with that, I would request that this come back at the next meeting, because districts are holding up their applications. It's a huge amount of money to them for expenses that they have to incur. So I have a small district with less than 100 grants. This is a $200,000 issue to them. So it's very critical that this get addressed. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do you want to call the roll?
The clarification on the motion is that this issue for like-to-like, it will come back to us at the next meeting. Can we say it comes back to us at the next meeting so that we
Do you think you can do it by the
resolve
next
it?
meeting?
Well, I think we need to have time to bring it back as far as a worksheet to the implementation committee. Is that what the discussion wanted to go? Or we're just going to bring it back for the worksheet for a discussion? Yeah, we can do that.
Well, I thought that if we were going to talk about the worksheets, we were concurrently, we would be talking about the like-to-like projects. And as was just testified, small districts have this, this means a lot to them, and they've got projects waiting. So in terms of taking that as a sense of urgency that we resolve this one way or the other. But I think right now what we want to do is continue having the choice. That's right now we want to continue the choice, and then we want to deliberate on the other issue, hopefully as soon as possible, at the next meeting, preferably. Does that make sense?
You can do that?
We can do that.
Did we get, this item was on the agenda last month. Were these, and I apologize if I had them, but were these comments sent to us that we heard today, or was that brought to our attention last month?
The comments from San Diego County Office of Education were included that I gave to the board last month, but it was not brought up for discussion.
I apologize. I probably just missed it. Okay. Call the roll, please.
Senator Lowenthal? Aye. Senator Hancock? Aye. Senator Huff? Aye. Assemblymember Fuller? Aye. Assemblymember Brownlee? Aye. Assemblymember Buchanan? Aye. Ron Dietrich?
Aye.
Kathleen Moore?
Aye.
Lynn Green?
Aye.
Cynthia Bryant?
Aye.
Carries.
Thank you.
Okay, next is item under tab 12, implementation of SB 592.
With that, I'd like to introduce Barbara Kampminer. She's the project management supervisor for the charter school program.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Before you, under tab 12, are proposed regulations necessary to implement Senate Bill 592, which was chaptered recently on October 11, 2009. And what this bill does is makes changes to some of the provisions of the Charter School Facilities Program. And just a brief history of the Charter School Facilities Program does fall under the School Facilities Program, and it provides charter schools with the ability to come in independent of school districts to request funds for the new construction of facilities or the rehabilitation of existing, school district facilities. Prior to the passage of SB 592, if a charter school used the charter school facility funds to construct a facility, the title was required to be held by the school district in which the project was physically located. And the issue of who held title became a stumbling block to getting the projects constructed, and both school districts and charter schools expressed concerns with this piece of the program. SB 592 provides more options for who can hold title, including local governmental entities or charter schools themselves, with certain conditions placed on the property in the chain of title. And if the charter school is to hold title, it also must send a request letter which justifies why the title is not to be held by a school district or a local governmental entity. The State Allocation Board makes a finding whether or not the charter school meets the necessary requirements for holding title. In the cases where a charter school does hold title, a lien is placed on the property in favor of the State Allocation Board, and the chain of title includes a restrictive covenant stating that the facility shall only be used for public school purposes, a remainder interest to the school district where the project is physically located, and also if the remainder interest is disclaimed by that school district, then the interest is transferred to the State Allocation Board for purposes of disposal. And if a local governmental entity holds title, similar conditions are placed in the chain of title with the addition that the local governmental entity may not exercise any control over the operation of the school. The bill also makes a minor modification to the facility use priorities that are currently in place in the program. And what happens now if a charter school stops using the facility for charter school purposes, then if it's for reasons of a charter petition revocation, they are able to remain in the facility until they exhaust their appeal options. If they exhaust those options, or if that's not the reason why they're leaving the facility, then the facility is first offered up to a successor charter school that can take over the balance of the loan payments. In this program, charter schools can take out their local matching share through a loan from the state. So a successor charter school would then take over the facility. If there's no successor charter school, then the district has the choice to take that facility for district purposes. If they choose to do so, then they pay the balance of the loan, but they're not required to take over that facility. And as it currently stands, the district would dispose of the facility if they did not need it or didn't want it. What 592 does is it adds a provision that if title is held by the charter school itself or by a local governmental entity, the school district has the option to dispose of the facilities at this point, but they also can disclaim that interest, and when they do that, then the board would dispose of the facilities using school district surplus property laws. This bill also has a provision that allows for the transfer of title from the district to the charter school if the charter school agreements, which outline the responsibilities between the district and the charter school, were entered into prior to January 1st, 2010. And if that option is exercised, then the district and the charter school must mutually agree to the terms of the transfer, and in that instance, the State Allocation Board does not need to make a finding. So in order to implement these provisions, we have added regulation section 1859.172, and that regulation outlines the documentation required and the steps necessary for each type of title situation. And then there have been some minor clarifications to regulation section 1859.171 and 1859.162.3, and those are just to clarify the language due to this bill. Also, in addition to the regulatory changes, there will be revisions that are necessary to the charter school agreements. And the charter school agreements are the documents. It's a memorandum of understanding and a funding agreement. The board in the past has approved templates for the programs. So the California School Finance Authority is charged with being the lead agency for these agreements. We're currently working with them, and we anticipate bringing those documents before the board in the next meeting or two when they're ready. They first have to go to the California School Finance Authority, and then they come here. So the terms will be incorporated into those documents as well. And then also we did go to the Implementation Committee on February 4th and to a separate charter school stakeholders meeting on February 1st with the proposed regulations that you have before you. And those regulations do incorporate one suggestion that came out of those meetings, which was to add a certification statement when the charter school is making the request that says, I certify that the information is true and correct. But other than that, the regulations were well received at both meetings. So with that, staff requests that you approve the regulations and authorize us to file them with OAL, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Are there any questions from the board members? Anything from the public?
Tom Duffy for Cash. I just wanted to say how much we appreciate this work. This was a complicated bill. We worked with Senator Romero to address a number of issues that were there, and frequently we bring issues to you where we're not happy with certain things. This was wonderful staff work, and I wanted to make sure we complimented OPSC on this, and we will work with the implementation of this. Charters and school districts have had difficulties. That's the reason for this bill. So our commitment is to make sure that this gets implemented effectively, and we want to thank your staff. Thank you very much.
Tanya Walters, California Charter Schools Association. We're here in support of the regulations, and we wanted to thank SAB and OPSC staff for working with us and involving the community, the charter school community, as we went forward. We have a couple clarifications that we'd like to see as the proposed regs move forward, but we look forward to working through that and glad to see them move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? You call the roll?
Senator Hancock. Senator Huff.
Aye.
Assemblymember Fuller. Aye. Assemblymember Brownlee. Aye. Assemblymember Buchanan. Aye. Ron Dietrich.
Aye.
Kathleen Moore.
Aye.
Lynn Green.
Aye.
Cynthia Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. That was excellent. All right, item 13, tab 13, report on the high performance program.
With that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Brian LePask, who's a project management supervisor of the High Performance Program.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This item's behind tab 13.
Pull the mic.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon. Tab 13 is the High Performance Program report. As you may know, we have $100 million set aside in Prop 1D for high performance projects, and currently we have about $80 million remaining, and we've had some difficulty getting participation in the modernization grants. The idea of this report is to kind of give you an overview of where we're at in the program and what we plan on doing. To date, we've apportioned $18.5 million for 76 projects. Only one of those has been a modernization project. However, we do have 34 grant requests in-house, and 7 of those are for modernization projects. So we're seeing an increase, but it has been very difficult to get the participation that we want out of the modernization portion. Last month, the board requested that we give a report on the reason why we think that there's been a lack. And we've had a few meetings thus far with some of the stakeholders in this program. We had an ad hoc group meet down in Pasadena at the Green Schools Summit. And it basically boils down to about 3 things we think at this time. We think that executive sponsorship is very important, meaning that we need to have school boards and the executive level people in school districts buy into this idea of building green, and for achieving certain criteria rating levels in either the CHIPS or the United States Green Building Council's LEED Certified Schools program, something to that effect. Also, we feel that because modernization projects often have such a narrow scope compared with new construction projects, that the grants don't result in an incentive making it worth it for districts to pursue the HPI grants for modernization projects. So to address these issues, we've formed a work group. We've sent an invite out. We're having a meeting in about a week, and we anticipate on having one more meeting prior to presenting proposed regulations to the Implementation Committee and to the SAB in April. We also understand that we have DSA's full support, and we thank them for that. And with that, we hope that you'll accept our report.
Are there any questions or comments, Senator Hancock?
Thank you very much, Ms. Bryant. Yeah, I have talked to the staff about this, and I think that we're in agreement. I have a proposal that I'd like to put forward. I've sent it to most of you. It was developed with some of the stakeholders over time to change the way that we do this so that we do
They peak in 2013 at about $7.5 billion as we pay off the Prop 1A securitization bonds, and they stay below $6 billion after 2016. I'd note that this chart does not show the debt service on our economic recovery bonds, which is paid out of a dedicated sales tax fund. That just happens to be the profile of the debt we've issued. Over time, we try to smooth it out so it's level debt, but each individual bond issue may be structured to take advantage of market conditions. This slide shows what happens to our annual debt service if you add in those $47.5 billion of bonds that have been approved by voters that haven't been sold yet, plus the $10 billion of lease revenue bonds that have been authorized by the legislature. So instead of peaking at about $7.5 billion, the payments based upon this projection, which obviously has a variety of assumptions in it, would peak at about $10 billion. In 2009, the state sold a record amount of debt. We sold $36.6 billion of short and long-term bonds in the public capital markets. That included almost $20 billion of general obligation bonds, which I'm going to go into a little bit more detail in just a minute. $8.8 billion of short-term revenue anticipation notes, $3.4 billion of economic recovery bonds, which were issued to refinance existing bonds, so that wasn't any new financing. And we sold the almost $1.9 billion of Prop 1A bonds to make local governments whole for the borrowing of their property tax revenues. The two tables on the right show the result of that large amount of debt issuance. If you exclude debt issued by banks and other financial institutions under the Federal Temporary Liquidity Guarantee Program, the state of California would be ranked as the largest issuer of debt in the United States, and that's for both corporations and municipalities. And that's just counting our general obligation bonds. Oops. So looking at our general obligation bonds in a little bit more detail, we issued a total of $20.48 billion, including $19.74 billion that was publicly issued, and another $736 million that was purchased by local government agencies. 8 of the $20 billion was issued as Build America bonds, which I mentioned. They're taxable bonds that the state can issue for projects that otherwise are eligible for tax-exempt financing, and the federal government in turn provides the state with the 35% interest rate subsidies. So this was very helpful to us last year. The graph at the bottom of the page breaks down how the proceeds were applied to major categories of infrastructure projects. The top 4 are education, and I'd like to point out that education includes both K through 12 and higher ed projects, transportation, environment, natural resources, and housing. You'll see on the left that the largest share of the proceeds, $5.6 billion, went to repayment of construction loan advances. And that's the bond proceeds that were used to repay commercial paper notes and loans from the pooled money investment account that provided short-term funding for projects in advance of bond sales. So if you subtract the $5.6 billion that was used to repay interim financing and the approximately $600 million that we issued to refund existing debt, our 2009 bond sales provided $14.2 billion in new money for infrastructure projects. So looking at what has been issued for the Office of Public School Construction, in 2009, OPSC received more funding from our publicly offered bonds than any other department that received GO bond funds. $2.6 billion of that was upfront funding, and we also provided an additional $75 million of commercial paper proceeds. $1.4 billion was used to pay off OPSC's outstanding PMIA loans and pay down commercial paper, and we also refunded $196 million of variable rate bonds that had been issued for OPSC projects. Looking back over a longer period, K through 12 bonds represent 34% of the GO bonds authorized over the last 2 decades, but represent 43.9% of all GO bonds issued during that period. And also, when you look at the large infrastructure package that was approved in 2006, the $42.7 billion, K through 12 bonds comprise 17.1% of that amount, but they've accounted so far for 21.9% of bonds that we have issued. So even after this extraordinary amount of issuance we had in 2009, there are still about $47.5 billion of bonds that voters have approved that we still have not issued yet. There's also about $10 billion of lease revenue bonds that have been authorized with the legislature that have yet to be issued. And this chart shows the categories of projects, general obligation bond projects that haven't been issued yet. As you can see, the largest amount is in the transportation area, followed by resources and environment, and then education, which includes both K through 12 and higher ed. So finally, I wanted to briefly talk about our preliminary issuance plans for 2010. At this point, we expect to issue between $4 and $7 billion during the first 6 months of 2010. Our first sale will be about $2 billion of tax-exempt bonds. As you may have heard yesterday, we postponed the sale. We had been planning it for next week, but we are waiting until the legislature passes a bill that will provide the state with greater ability to manage our cash shortages. We're hoping that that bill will pass by the beginning of next week, and we can enter the market the following week. After the $2 billion tax-exempt sale, our plans are to follow that very quickly with a about $2 billion of taxable or Build America bonds that I talked about. And we may have additional sales in April and or in June. Tentative plans for this fall call for up to $7 billion of additional issuance of general obligation bonds. And finally, I wanted to just mention that there are certain periods of time during the year when we are unable to issue bonds, and they center around events with the budget. The first period begins in December and ends when the governor's proposed budget is released in January. The second period begins at the beginning of May through May 14th when the May revision is released. And the third period starts at the beginning of July and goes through the date whenever a final budget is enacted, if it's not enacted by June 30th. And the reason we can't sell during those periods are that we're not able to provide the necessary disclosure to the market. So that was the end of my slides, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Fowler?
I just have a quick question.
Somebody member Buchanan.
Yeah. Under what circumstances does OPSC borrow from the pooled money investment account or sell commercial paper? Is that just to be able to accelerate grant?
In the past, funding had, for most all GO bond programs, had been provided from loans from the pooled money investment account, and we have switched from that process to funding projects directly with bond proceeds. As an alternative, we can also issue commercial paper, which is a short-term type of financing in advance of bond proceeds. So we make that decision in conjunction with our bond sales.
And are there any implications with that type of financing mechanism versus the other in terms of, in terms of the interest that either that's charged to the general fund, or does OPSC have to take any interest charges off that in terms of the net proceeds we have available?
The impact to OPSC of the financial impact to OPSC of not having pooled money investment account loans is that it doesn't have to pay any interest on those loans, so it does provide more proceeds for projects without that interim process. However, they can't fund projects until bond proceeds are available.
So how accurate is when you say that the Treasurer expects to issue $4 to $7 billion of GO bonds in the first 6 months of 2010? Is that just based on what the market will bear, and that's just for the first 6 months? But I mean, for schools, it looks, based on the chart, we have approximately $8.7 billion of remaining capacity, and you're saying that you're going to sell 4 to 7 in the first 6 months. So do you have any idea about what that would mean relative to school bond?
I don't at this point. The Department of Finance is responsible for determining the allocation of the proceeds of the bond funds.
Uh-huh.
So I know they're working on that now, and as we get closer to selling, they will be giving us some direction on that.
Do you know what they consider when they make that decision?
That would probably be best to be answered by the Department of Finance.
And here's the other follow-up question that I had too. Do you have, I don't know whether your office does this or not, but I'm wondering, do you capture, so all the school districts go, to their own communities to pass bonds for school construction and modernization so that they have the appropriate matching funds. Do you have any idea, do you capture what the overall bond capacity based on what individual communities and school districts have passed, and how much a bond capacity is out there from local initiatives?
That might be something that the Debt and Investment Advisory Commission in our office tracks. I'm personally not aware of it, however.
Thank you.
We have, Senator Huff.
Yeah, just a quick question. How do you almost $50 billion in unsold bonds, and yet you have a much smaller amount being proposed to sell? How do you determine how much you're selling again?
There's a variety of factors that go into that. Certainly, what is included in the budget is part of it. It's also determined by project needs and also what we think the market will bear. So it's a variety of those factors.
I don't think I heard a definitive answer out of you. If I understand right, Department of Finance, you sell whatever you think the market will bear and all the other stuff, then Department of Finance is the one that figures out whether it's going to transportation or education?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think Mr. Ferguson is here from Department of Finance.
Correct. Chris Ferguson, Department of Finance. What I can say is OPSC has communicated the list of unfunded approvals. We know what bond sources they need. We have those amounts in-house, what projects would be funded. In terms of the determination between the various programs, a variety of factors are taken into account. However, I can't speak to exactly what those allocations would be or what the determinations will be at this time.
Is it primarily financial decisions, or is it programmatic decisions that you're making? This is more a larger priority for the state than, X over Y.
It can be both financial and programmatic. So there, as I stated earlier, there's just a variety of factors. It can be things such as leveraging. It can be whether it is a transportation project or an education project, depending on the need or the area. So there's just a variety of factors that are all taken into account.
Thank you.
If I may,
Ms. Moore?
It probably would be a good time to just discuss an action that the board requested of Assemblymember Torlakson and me. At the November board meeting, the board appointed Assemblymember Torlakson and me to meet with the Treasurer's Office and the Department of Finance concerning a more predictable stream of cash for this program that would allow districts to plan better for bidding and for their projects and creation of jobs. And you've heard from the Treasurer's Office, and I think the Treasurer also responded to us in writing, and every board member should have received a copy of that letter and report. I think it was sometime in December that was disseminated. And if not, I have one, and I'd be happy to share it with others. On February 11th, the Assemblymember Torlakson's staff and I met with the new Director of Finance, Ms. Matasantos, to discuss this issue. She advised that the Department of Finance is working on an infrastructure finance plan and understands our concerns. And the one that we were representing was, if we could tranche out the facilities funding over time, and districts could kind of see where the funding may fall and gear that from the list, we could perhaps have a better stream of bidding of projects over time, as opposed to it comes all out at one lump sum, or we don't know what the prediction is and we're not able to gear up for those bidding. They understood that. Ms. Bryant was also in the meeting. She did, the Director of Finance did ask the board to think about the issue of the outstanding funds that have not yet been claimed by districts, and also how can we prioritize projects for future cash flow given the environment that we are in. So those were the comments, I think, of the Director of Finance, very open to the discussion that we had. I think we need to have a continuing, ongoing one. And it's in the context of how do we finance infrastructure globally in California with these outstanding bond measures, and where does education fall within that?
Let me just add to that we really are. I mean, the board, the stakeholders, the department, the treasurer's office, the legislature, we're all in uncharted territory. We've depended on the system of the PMIA and having a way that once the legislature made the appropriation, we were able to kind of fund things on an ongoing basis. And clearly, in this interim period, we're in a place where it's difficult for anyone to plan, and the department is very sensitive to that. And I think, Director Montesantos was very frank with the committee that came to visit her. A little bit of, it's a frustrating thing because like I said, we're in uncharted territory. And as I told the cash members this morning when I spoke to them, I've become the very large advocate for our list, for the unfunded approval list, making sure that everyone understands what's on the list, how important it is, what the jobs are, and it's, all the information is there. But there's a lot of unfunded needs across all the silos, as you all know. So, any other comments or questions?
Well, I just want to say that, I really agree with Ms. Moore's comments, and I think, not only for the bonding that we currently have for education, but even, looking further, and that was one of the questions, asking the treasurer about what is the, bonding capacity that we know of and that's been passed on the local level, because we all know sitting here, and I say all of this in the context and couched with the state needs to be responsible about its bond indebtedness ratio. But I do think that as we're looking forward, we know that schools have tremendous needs. There are projects in the pipeline that we know we're not going to be able to fund. It's the 2010 election year is coming up, and whether what's going to happen with bonding for schools, I think, is an imminent question that we're going to have to answer. And I think having, and so where is education going to fall in that, and having sort of a portfolio, I think of, so that the state's not put in a position of making priorities over, one priority over the other, whether it's, water bonds are going to go on the ballot, levy issues, high-speed rail, schools, these are all important issues for the state, but yet we don't, for me personally, I'm very concerned about California running out of bond capacity, which is potentially could happen June and July of this year, and then not being able to have any more capacity for school districts who have already gone out to their communities, passed bonds, but yet the state's not going to be in a position to support those projects. So in the spirit of everything that we're talking about up here in Sacramento with regards to jobs, we know that there's lots and lots of schools who are ready to go to work and ready to put people to work. At the same time, we have we need to be responsible. We can't, we have a bond indebtedness ratio that is perhaps more conservative than other states, and that's a good thing. But we're going to have these competing demands, and where do we go from here, and how do we figure that out? And I worry. I want to move forward and to try to figure that out as well, so that we can move forward with some kind of school bond, so that we have a continual bucket after we run out in a few more months. And it's just how to wrestle with that, how to figure that out, and also being responsible too as a state. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I am also the author of the bill, of the bond bill in the Assembly this year, and at this particular moment in time, we've taken that piece out of the bill because the powers to be would believe it would be irresponsible for us to be moving forward with a school bond at this time, but I think that there's a way in which we can figure this out, but we just have to get everybody's heads together on it to figure it out.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Mr. Duffy?
Can I use this mic because I've got, does it work? Okay. Maybe you can hear me without disturbing anybody. Okay, thank you. Tom Duffy for the Coalition for Adequate School Housing. We sent a letter to you last week on the topic that I think Ms. Moore was referencing, and that was the $531 million in apportioned projects. So it's part of that $2.4 billion that was sold last year that, as I've heard it, districts aren't accessing. What we tried to do in the letter is to identify that half of those apportionments are for career technical education projects that have a different process of approval than other projects, in that you apportioned, after a competitive process at CDE and going to OPSC, you apportioned those projects. Thereafter, they go to DSA, which is not the normal course. And after DSA, they go back to OPSC, so there's state agencies that are processing these. So our concern is that there's a proposal to change the way that districts that are unfunded would be able to be funded by some of those dollars. We believe that statute really prohibits that because districts are guaranteed 18 months from the time of the apportionment. I'm bringing it to your attention now because I am hopeful that, especially within the Department of Finance, that there isn't a reluctance to support a bond sale for school bonds because of the $531 million. What that represents is 20% of the $2.4 billion that was sold last year. So between June and now, districts have put 80% of that money on the street in jobs. And so the other amount, certainly it's a significant amount of apportionments there for important projects, but I wouldn't want to have the Department of Finance or any other department influenced because of those dollars being there. We need districts to be able to access those in a timely manner. We've suggested to your staff and talk to DSA, and we've said, let's get together so we can know which projects are CTE projects so that we can sort through them. When we talked to DSA a week or two ago, DSA indicated that they did not know, they couldn't discriminate a CTE project from anything else. But I wanted to bring that to your attention because it's an emerging issue, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else on this? Thank you very much, Mr. Fowler. He was here all at the, did I miss you? I'm sorry, Senator Lothal.
As I understand, so what we're saying is that, the finance decides from how much funding goes to the various competing interests, whether it's infrastructure, transportation, education. When the bonds are actually going to, when they're issued, they will, and OPSC provides to them a list of the projects that are proposed to be funded. Is that not so? Have we seen that list? Do we know on the board what that list is?
We have it in our binder every month, correct?
Do we have that in our binder every month?
It's the entire, you give them the entire unfunded approval list, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's the binder every month.
Maybe I'm misstating.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Fowler. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it.
Oh, wait. We don't see, that's what you just said. They have the whole list.
Should we move on, or do you want to? Okay, let's move on to tabs. Do you want to take up 16 and 17 at the same time, Ms. Silverman?
Sure. If you want to do the financial reports, or do we want to go back to the consent, or?
No, let's just go ahead and do
Okay.
16 and 17, then we'll go back to 4.
Okay. Can I draw your attention to tab 16, which is our status of fund release report? As you know, we've shared in the past, we had sales from the March general obligation bonds, and that allocation was specifically for Proposition 1D, in which this program received $548 million in proceeds. And to date, 99% of those funds have been released, which reflects $547 million. So there's a small reservation of funds specifically for a career tech project. In the April sale, this program received, as Blake shared earlier, part of the Build America bond proceeds, in which this program received $1.4 billion for the program, and it covered Proposition 1D, Proposition 55, and Proposition 47. To date, the funds released in that category represents $1.2 billion. What's on the table today is still $192.1 million. So there's 87% of those bonds been released, and so we still have monies in that particular category. And the last table I wanted to share is the proceeds, as Blake mentioned, in the sales of an October and the commercial note paper we received for the program in November. This program received $528.9 million, and we released $87.1 million of those funds. And so on the balance on the books currently is $441 million, and we released 16% of those funds. If I ask you to turn over to the following page. And there's a slight error there. We need to correct that item. But the chart reflects last month we only dispersed $20.7 million. And those disbursements came from the October bond proceeds sales. So in essence, the money that's sitting there in the April category isn't moving. So we wanted to highlight that item to the board. Last month we had put $123 million out in the street, but this month's activity is only 20.7. With that, I'll open up for questions. Any questions?
Yeah, do we know why?
Districts have 18 months to come in for the proceeds, and we reactivated those projects in November. Yeah.
It was the holidays. Yeah. Maybe next week.
Yeah. Well, I think, with the reactivation of those projects, districts will have some time to get their contracts in order, and so we're hoping, we're thinking positive that those proceeds will be moving quickly.
And just as a general FYI, when districts get notification of funding, generally with contracts and getting things up to speed, it takes anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks to actually get things moving such that they can come in. That's where it ties in Ms. Moore's comment in regards to if a district knows ahead of time that funding's coming down, they can get it up and going and get hit the ground running.
Okay, any other questions? Tab 17?
Yes, please. Tab 17 is the status of fund release. Status of funds report. And this is basically a financial report that we present every month showing the allocations we received in the program for Proposition 1D, which is your top chart. I know most of us have to navigate our book sideways. To date, on unfunded approvals in that particular category, we reflect that there's $1.7 billion of unfunded approvals accumulated in Proposition 1D. But what we're bringing forward in the consent agenda is $18.3 billion in unfunded approvals for new construction, $49 million in modernization projects provided unfunded approvals, and a minor adjustment in overcrowding relief grant there. And so in Proposition 1D, we're bringing forward $62.9 million of unfunded approvals this month. If I draw your attention to the center chart is Proposition 55. This program initially had $10 billion of authorizations. In the unfunded approval categories, to date, we had $344.2 million of unfunded approvals. This month, we're bringing forward $28.5 million in new construction unfunded approvals. In the lower chart, Proposition 47, the initial authorization for this program is $11.4 billion. We've accumulated nearly $794 million of unfunded approvals in Proposition 47. We had very little activity in Proposition 47 and providing only $1.4 million of new construction unfunded approval. So this month's activity of unfunded approvals, if you follow the chart all the way down, it's $92.8 million of unfunded approvals processed this month for the school facilities program. If I can turn your attention to page 344. In the center chart, we're reflecting activity for the emergency repair program. Year to date, as far as unfunded approvals, there's $52.4 million of unfunded approvals as of January 2010. This month, we're bringing forward $6.2 million of unfunded approvals for the emergency repair program. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Are there any questions on tab 17? Okay, hearing none, we'll return to tab 4, the consent calendar, the consent agenda. Are there any comments, or is there, I should point out that on the consent items includes the January action to adjust the January 2010 unfunded approvals to the current CCI. Approving consent will reaffirm the action the board took in January.
Correct.
And that's pages 36 through 181. Is there a motion?
Before we put a motion in, you know, on this unfunded approvals, I met with some staff in my office earlier today, and we were wondering about this list, whether this is a complete list of all of the January and February list. Do we know?
It just includes the January list. The difference is that that list includes the total project cost. The prior list included only the state apportionment. That's why the numbers are higher than last month's. But in stamp page 36, and actually 37 through 39 includes just the January projects.
Okay. Okay, so, you know, it's a little concerning to me on this. When I look at this chart and see the number of different projects here that are go back sort of way back. I mean, some are in at least one's in 2005 and one is in 2008. And a lot of these projects, at least on the first page anyway, a preponderance of them are in January, February, March, and April and May, and which I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that it is a long period of time before these projects got in for approval, and then this whole CCI thing is applying to them. And I know we had a large discussion about this at the last meeting, and after that meeting, I had thought a lot about the meeting and felt as though there was, you know, some confusion and so forth, and not only our approval of the CCI, but also of the developer fee issue. And I was wondering if we could actually address this issue that I'm raising with the CCI and the schools, and how long the projects have taken to get through our process, and also to look at, to ask for reconsideration on our vote on the CCI and the developer fee. For me personally, after the meeting, where we had a lot of discussion about what the legal issues were, and there was some disagreement around that, and whether we were looking at the western states and queuing off on those various benchmarks. And when I walked away from the meeting, it didn't feel right to me to make the CCI reduction and hold developers, you know, to the same fee that they had previously been. And I know that this reduction is a difficult one, but then to have developers not have any sort of role and responsibility in terms of helping with the development of these projects it just didn't seem right to me. I know we got sort of caught up in on some of the legal issues and others, and so with that, I would ask for some reconsideration on that issue, and this whole issue too about when the projects, what is that magical cutoff date in terms of where this CCI applies and when it doesn't. So I'd like to have a
kind of another discussion around that.
Any other questions or comments on that?
Is that a motion for now?
Pardon me?
Is that a motion?
Yes. Well, I'm asking, to...
I think maybe what we could do is approve the consent calendar, but not take, remove pages 36 through 181 from the consent calendar, approve the rest of it, and leave the unfunded approval question out? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, well, I think the first step, yes, is to pull, that particular item, and we can have a separate discussion about that, and we can have that discussion at this meeting. I'm asking for reconsideration of the discussion and decision that we made at the previous meeting on the CCI and the developer fee. For me, the concern is less about the decision we made on the CCI, but more about the decision that we made on the developer fee side of it. And so I'm asking for reconsideration of that. Of the entire. Well, there were two separate decisions last month. One on the CCI, one on the developer fees. Were they two separate items? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, then it would be just the item then on the developer fee.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Yeah.
Where do you see the dates on this chart that
Yeah,
you're
it's
seeing? Am I missing it?
Yeah, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4th column from the right.
What page is this?
No, on page 37, where
Application number?
it's on page 37, and if you start from the left, where it says county, district, school site, application number, received date.
Oh, you know what? I can't. My problem is they're all looking like 9s to me.
I know.
Now that I really focused.
And when I first looked at it, it was the
Gotcha.
same.
I'm
But
sorry.
then if you look,
They all look
if you
like
look at
9s
it more
to me.
closely, yeah, there's a 2005 and there's a 2008.
My eyes are playing tricks on me. Okay.
And there's probably there's probably some story behind those that makes sense. But I think the larger issue is that if you look at this, there are projects in January, February, March, April, May, and when you go from that point, May, all the way till January, that's an awful long time for projects to get into this approval process where the CCI applies. And so I'm wondering if we should be looking at, some other way in terms of evaluating these projects and when the application of the CCI would apply.
Assemblymember Buchanan.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Since I got a question, is your concern that because we didn't have meetings when in November and December that we have projects that would have been approved and funded at the higher rate, and we don't want to penalize those schools? Is that the concern?
Yeah, that is, and we had some discussion about we made a decision to.
The decision we made was to fund those projects approved for funding prior to January 1 at the higher rate, and to fund those projects approved for funding after January 1 at the lower rate.
And I'm saying that I want to come back and reconsider how projects would be evaluated as opposed to having this arbitrary line, because it seems as though there were a lot of projects. If you start looking at this list.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to clarify.
Is that, OPSC is, there's a certain amount of time generally that we try to service our school districts in terms of moving projects through, and it just seems as though this is a longer period of time when you look at April or May.
So is it expressly communicated to me, and it was said by one of our witnesses last week, that we had some projects that would have been approved in November and December, but we didn't have meetings. And so from their perspective, to penalize them is not fair, okay?
Right.
So it seems like you've got to have some criteria. Now, I don't think you want to end up with a situation where a year from now, you have a 2006 project that just got held up because of information, and we continually
Right.
go back.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm not saying,
so-
I'm not saying,
Right.
you know,
So-
how we should apply
my-
it. I'm just saying,
You're asking us or staff to come up with other criteria for us to consider? I mean, we need.
I think, Ms. Silverman, can you just walk through how the process works getting onto the list? Forgetting for a moment this November, December thing, just to
Yeah.
refresh our recollection.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and share that microphone with Juan Morales.
We process projects based on date received. Depending on when a project is received, we then schedule a projected SAB. And I say projected because we have to set internal timelines to send out our letters, which are our 15-day, 4-day letters, so that we can keep the process moving along. We set the projected board timelines based on our workload. We take a look at our workload, not just on the project that you see on the list, which is, you know, mostly new construction and modernization. We take a look at career tech, we take a look at ERP, we take a look at our whole workload and then evaluate what kind of a capacity we have, and we set these timelines. So we determine, based on a received date, what projected SAB that project is supposed to or should go to. Now, we always are careful about these projected SAB dates because we don't commit to any of them because we know that things change through the processing. There's a lot of things that could happen when we go through and review projects. So we don't commit to certain board dates. We estimate, but we don't have anything because things could change.
yeah.
But
And I understand that. I'm just, I know that I have a document that was given to me, too, about what the general timeline, or at least the goals are, you know. And so, you know, stated that the goals are around 80 days or so to kind of complete a project. So I'm just saying that there are projects here that were received in April and May, and it would not take, I mean, it should not take that long. And I know that there's some exceptions, and I'm not saying that I'm not trying to debate what is the kind of the right parameters at this particular point in time. I'm just questioning the fact that a lot of these projects that I see on this list took a really long time to get through the system, and now are being potentially penalized because of this, of our decision at the last meeting on the CCI. And so I'm just sort of saying that we talked about, well, you missed a December date and so forth, and gave some justification for that at the last meeting. But as I thought about it after the meeting and now seeing these lists, I'm wondering, is that really the kind of appropriate formula, for lack of a better description, to apply for this? Because there are a lot of projects here that took a really, really long time to get there, and I do think that probably the 2005 and 2008 is the exception to the rule, and there's probably some story there. I don't want to get into that, but it just, when I saw this, it sort of drove that issue for me, and I was concerned about it. So maybe just by pulling this issue,
Well,
I guess we're having the discussion as we speak now, but.
Senator Hancock.
Yeah, it would make sense to me to move the consent agenda, but to take out pages 36 to 181.
Second that motion.
Can you call the roll on that motion?
So we're gonna, oh, I see,
This
we're
is just
calling the
not-
roll in the motion.
So then we can
Right.
decide
Yeah.
when we want to have this other discussion.
Right.
But we'll-
If I may comment on the motion. If I may comment on the motion, what that motion does mean is that those projects that we are approving for the unfunded list for February would contain the decrease that the board adopted last meeting. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Well, no, I thought what,
Well, you know what, then I apologize. I think I've got this mixed. Do we have this mixed up? We want to pull, is it the amended unfunded approvals we want to take off this?
It's a January.
I apologize. What are those page numbers? I think, is that what?
That's correct.
We're talking.
You had it right. You had it right.
no, but you know.
What
so
Ms.
maybe
Moore is
I
also
make
talking.
things more confusing here too, but it was my understanding that if we pull this off, we're going to separate that out from the
consent agenda that we're gonna, everybody, I think, probably is okay with the rest of the consent agenda, and then discuss this piece as a separate item.
Actually, to clarify what Ms. Moore brought up on your agenda, pages 36 through 181 are the January projects that would be subject to the negative CCI. On pages 182 to 240 is what Ms. Moore is talking about. Those are on the list for the February projects, and if you move consent calendar with them,
we
the
would
negative
have to do both.
CCI.
So, I mean, then it would be my preference that we would, so then what will we have to pull to discuss this separately?
240?
Yeah, it would be a motion to approve the consent calendar minus the amended unfunded approvals and unfunded approvals.
Okay, I would change my motion with the consent of my second.
To move it up to what, 240?
Yes.
Yes.
Take out those two items.
Take out the whole book.
Kathleen, I was told, I thought I was told earlier that this list incorporated both the January and February list.
Both the January and February are in our agenda, but unless you extend it to the February ones as well. And then I think what I'm understanding your request, and if the board votes on that, what the request is to look at the list and to look at it within the guidelines of there has been a fairly long-standing, it was never in regulation, but it was an objective, I think, and a goal at OPSC that projects would be approved within a 90 to 120 day time frame. I think that's a long-standing thing the field's worked with. Never in regulation, and it was always at the best efforts of the Office of Public School Construction. And I think that probably the furloughs and other things have impacted that time frame. But if you really want to get at the heart of the issue that I think we're talking about, and the only reason we're talking about is because there's potentially a decrease for districts. If it had increased, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
Absolutely.
That you would say, and we didn't meet in November and December of last year. Really, we didn't meet one meeting last year per our normal meeting schedule in the past. If we looked at that, it would be what projects maybe were 120 days out that would have met a December board time frame that we might want to include in this 2009 exclusion from the decrease. And I think you can ask staff to do that by this motion. Correct?
But I think the problem is, go ahead.
Just to clarify, the 90 to 120 day timeline was something that we had some time ago when we had fewer programs that we had a less of a workload for us to process. We still want to process projects as quickly as we can, but given all the programs, all the new programs that we have now, it is more difficult to meet those timelines. So we're still doing the best that we can, but the 90 to 120 day timelines were prior to all the new programs that we have in place.
But it's my understanding from our discussion in the office here, our discussion in my office today was that you said that there was a slight decline in the number of projects being processed. And I understand the furlough, and I want to be sympathetic to the furlough. But with a decline in projects being processed, then the workload is not as heavy, or potentially not as heavy. And also, you also said too to me that you had taken some time from processing because of less demand on because there was the amount of projects coming in for processing were less, and less demand on the people who were doing the processing, that you were taking some time, kind of a timeout to figure out how we could better service, which is we all want to be better at what we're doing, and particularly servicing our districts. And again, as Ms. Moore said, this is not, we're not in statute, we're not talking about hard and fast turnaround times here, but generally as a rule of thumb and how we've been operating in the past, I think that we should kind of look again and, with the help of staff, to see if there is a better way in which we could select these projects to go for the older rate versus the newer reduced rate. And obviously, the other objective is to be fair, is to the degree that we are able to. And I'm just not sure that based on the discussion we had the last time, if we had really, pushed the edges in terms of being fair.
Assemblymember Fuller.
I want to agree with Assemblymember Brownlee in that, for me, when I saw this list, I realized that our action was causing us to be very retroactive, and we were reaching way back into the 4th month, and I felt that that wasn't really what the intent of what I was trying to accomplish. At the time, didn't want to change the rate, but felt it was necessary. But I was thinking that we were kind of at the place where it was like for the new year, and that people would have plenty of notice that the rate that was changing and would apply to them for them to do their planning. In this case, when I saw the actual consequences, I thought they were maybe not as anticipated in terms of the retroactive response. So I'm not exactly sure how we get to the intent of what I think the board's decision-making process included, but I would join Ms. Brownlee in that whatever action it is to get us to that place where we are not putting districts in a place that they are, after months and months and months of planning, suddenly finding that something retroactively happened to them, more or less.
I'd like to offer the question. Procedurally, I think we have a motion and a second. We pulled out the stuff we're supposed to be discussing. Then we've been discussing it. So if we could just get that off the table and then discuss it, I'd feel
That's
a lot
probably a good
easier.
idea. Call the roll on the motion in the second. What roll is it?
May I? For 1 second, real quick. It's difficult to plan, workload projections, and part of the issue is before we start processing unfunded approvals, the board had to decide what they were going to do. So obviously there was a potential, jam. Projects weren't moving as fast because we weren't sure what direction we were going. So, in all fairness, we also have, not only the furloughs, but we also got vacancies we can't fill. So, that could be some of your timing of the workload.
I think we want to move the motion and then have this discussion.
Let's take the roll. Go ahead and call the roll on just the consent calendar absent the amended unfunded approvals and unfunded approvals.
Senator Lowenthal?
Aye.
Senator Huff? Aye. Assemblymember Fuller? Aye. Assemblymember Brownlee? Aye. Assemblymember Buchanan? Aye. Ron Dietrich? Aye. Kathleen Moore?
Aye.
Lynn Green?
Aye.
Cynthia Bryant?
Aye.
Carries.
Okay, now on the other two items, further discussion on that. Assemblymember Buchanan.
Yeah. I'm just going to throw out this suggestion. If you want to go back to the 120 days, that's September 1. Okay? We're now 120 days plus another 60 days past, or 180 days. If you take a look at the January list, I believe the last unfunded date that's on here with the date is August 6th. If you take a look at our February list, the last received date that we have is September 16th. So, going back 120 days from January 1 is September 1st. The problem that I see for OPSC is there has to be some cutoff date, because we can't cherry pick each month. So I would say, given the fact that September 1st is the going back 120 days, and there are dates on this month that precede dates that we approved last month, that if we want to make a change, we fund those approved through today on today's list, January and February, at the higher rate, but have a cutoff date certain going forward. So those going forward next month, which now you're talking about, they would be, technically 210 days if we fund at the lower rate, because I just don't see how you can go on month after month trying to determine what's right. I mean, because the only other option is just not to have the lower rate, you know.
Well, and I'd certainly like to hear from others on this issue, because I think that trying to figure this out on the dais right now might be a dangerous way to approach this.
I think no matter what, we're in the territory of coming back with this next month, but I think having the conversation will help the staff
I
figure
don't
out what to do.
I don't want to hold up, though, the approvals for this month, even if we approve them at the lower rate and then fund it, agree to fund them next month at a higher rate, because that leaves those projects in limbo as well, and takes that much longer to get out the bids and everything for these projects.
I'm not
And
sure.
we haven't gotten to that item yet. I don't think, and I think that the apportionment part, which is in whatever tab 7, is not impacted by any of this rate discussion, because that was clearly at the old level. I think that's.
And I just want to say I do agree with Ms. Buchanan that I think that there's got to be a cutoff point at some place in time. I mean, there's no question about that.
Everybody agrees.
And but I think that relooking at the process, I think is prudent.
Okay, let's hear from the Department of Finance.
Chris Ferguson, Department of Finance. In addressing the issue that has been brought up here, we'd just like to note that on the workload, it's an ebb and a flow. So if you were to take this action, you would look back also and say, well, as of December 2008, there were certain projects that benefited from being at the 2009 level. So we're just saying to consider the ebb and the flow, that some districts were advantaged in the past, and in this case, some districts are at the new level, and we'd just like to.
And I think that we have to weigh all of that. I just think that it's prudent for us to take another look and to see if we can come up with a system that we believe is equitable and fair, and it's going to be painful nonetheless, because a line is going to have to be drawn. So the pain's not going to go away. It's just a matter of whether we can be more consistent and have a more, I think, stable rationale.
Mr. Dietrich?
I agree that there needs to be a date certain, but I'm also concerned about there being some finality to the board's actions. I mean, I wasn't here at the last one, so I can't speak to that, but I am concerned that depending upon, how you see equities on a month-to-month basis, the same issues keep getting raised over and over again. I assume that last month you had a reasoned discussion and came to a conclusion that some of you may subsequently regret or wish to change, but I am concerned that there's some finality so that there'll be some consistency and an ability to move forward.
And other public witnesses?
My name is Richard Gonzalez, from Richard Gonzalez and Associates. I'm here representing both Sierra Sands Unified School District and Eastside Union High School District. Specifically, their point relates to timing and processing within OPSC. In both of those districts' projects cases that were on the January board for apportionment, they responded affirmatively to all of the requirements of the 15-day letter back in July and August of 2009. It was not until January that their action was presented to the board. That is a concern to the school district. In response to Department of Finance, he talked about how we have ebb and flows and how December 8 we need to have considered what happened there versus December 2009. I submit to you that in December 2008, that as a general rule, staff was very good about putting projects forward to the State Allocation Board within a reasonable time after the completion of the 15-day letter, anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks from that point, depending on where the cutoff was. But that has not happened in this December 2009 flow. There has been, because of probably furloughs, probably because of other workload requirements and other assignments, there has been delays.
I think there's another distinction that needs to be made too, is that when in 2008 that we were working on apportionments and not on this unfunded approval list, and I think that this unfunded approval list has created, not good or bad, it's just created a lot of questions and what the meaning of it is, and we're, as I've said before, we're kind of in uncharted territory, and which rules apply. Which is it, the apportionment rules? Is it the unfunded approval list? Unfunded approval list from years past where we were waiting for a new bond to be passed, or is it a new unfunded approval list? And so I think it's really important that we distinguish this wrestling that we're kind of going through based on which list we are talking about. I think it makes, I'm not saying it necessarily makes a difference, but I think we have to, it's a little, we can't compare the old, what happened in 2008 to what happened in 2009, what's happening right now, at least in my view.
Again, it's a case of, I think that the projects that have been presented by staff, once the 15-day letters were completed,
right,
the district had good feelings about it being at the next available State Allocation Board meeting.
I'm sorry. Again, that's never a commitment from our office. We don't commit that because you got a 15-day letter this month that the project is scheduled to the next board.
But we did have good feelings about it, and we knew that either that month or the following month we were on the board.
Okay.
And that was fairly consistent.
Thank you.
Back to the East Side and Sierra Sands, their concern is that it took 6 months, 5 to 6 months, from the date of a complete acceptance, if you will, a consent between the staff and the district to actually get to a State Allocation Board. Had we had a December meeting, I honestly believe that that would have been on that agenda, and therefore they would have received the higher per pupil grant allowance.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa LeBlanc, and I'm the Executive Director from Facilities Management Planning for Fresno Unified. And I wanted to give you our perspective from being on the ground and actually having projects on the list. And we have 2 projects that are on the February list. And both of those projects are for one of our high schools that it has significant needs. And we submitted that project in July of last year, got through our 15-day letter process with no additional issues. So because of the need at the high school, we went ahead and we put that project out to bid. We have the project under construction. So what we are looking at today is if, in fact, we do get the decrease in funding, there's a significant drop in the funding available for us. And so your consideration today of looking at both the January and February lists is definitely appreciated by our school district that has the projects under construction and are trying to address the need at the school.
Christina Becker, Santee Schools. I'm sorry I created such a mess sometimes when I bring up things, but I want to say is that I've always tried to work with my OPSC staff, so I called them the day after last month's meeting. I said, what happened? Would I have been on the December board? Can you tell me? And I don't know if you can come to a decision today. I know that when I look at the funding, I knew about that 120-day rule, but I also, with this new program, have always tried to say, that's a goal, and with all the hard work that we do with OPSC, I kind of set up, it should happen within 6 months. So then when it took 8 months and longer, I was just so frustrated. I kept coming up trying to wait for it to happen in November and then for it to happen in December. I knew I was behind. I can't tell you what day to pick on the thing. I think that this discussion is sounding very fair, and I would recommend that we work with either the level of staff and they come back and say what they think is fair or what they know, based on their caseload and workload. And it would be greatly appreciated by our school district if our projects that were in January and in February, because I have one on the list, were with the old CCI. Thank you.
I think our legal counsel had something to add to the discussion.
Thank you. I just wanted to caution the board on the on their motion to maybe reconsider this action. Basically, the action that was taken at the January meeting was a final action, and absent some sort of specific authority, administrative agency or board doesn't as a general rule, have authority to either grant a hearing or reconsider an item that they've made a final action on. So,
It's not a question of whether or not, I thought it was a question of whether or not they were expressly prohibited to reconsider.
no.
Board cannot bring the same item back and put it back on the agenda again and change a previous decision?
If it was a final decision, no, they cannot do that, absent some specific authority.
Okay.
May I ask? Prevailing, the prevailing side, if there is additional information that would persuade a decision differently, the prevailer can bring back a motion for reconsideration.
That may be at the same meeting, but
would that mean that any decision an administrative body makes, then they'd have to go back to the legislature and get a statutory change? Is that how it would work?
well, yeah, and I would also say, I think I just misstated myself, but I think that, let's just say you had Robert's Rules of Order and they permitted that type of motion to be brought by a prevailing party on something that either failed or passed in, a previous action. If you didn't have the statutory authority, I don't think you get it from Roberts.
Can I ask staff a question? So on this, if we take the two categories of lists, the unfunded approvals and the amended unfunded approvals that stand not acted on as of this moment, and we set them aside and we bring it back next month, what is the impact of that on the districts, and what is the impact of that on the list?
I think what we would be doing is not really a reconsideration on this. We would be deliberating on an additional decision in terms of parameters. So we set one parameter, and we could have another discussion on looking, I think, at another parameter. I think I was also requesting reconsideration on an entirely different issue relative to this, and the reconsideration that I was requesting was with regards to the developer fee issue. But I don't want to complicate that right now for the moment on this issue. But I think I was probably confusing, I was creating some of the confusion initially.
Point of clarification, I mean, we're setting timelines to reevaluate these projects based on a 120-day rule. So, I mean, that moving forward, are we just saying that we're just performing that review for those 2 months? Because
I don't think we're saying anything about a 120-day rule. We're just saying that we want to go back and look at it again.
No, yeah, and I understand that.
Yeah, I think what I'm asking is, if we don't, because right now, by our action, this means that the amended unfunded approvals that we did last time at the higher rate are out there somewhere. We're not adding these February unfunded approvals to the list. I'm just asking, does this, other than the fact that there's a major disappointment that they're waiting another month to actually be on our unfunded approval list. I think we heard from the treasurer that the amount of bond sales is going to not go through our entire unfunded approval list, even that we have now, based on what they're selling between now and our next meeting. I'm just trying to figure out if we put these projects in jeopardy if we wait, because what I'd also like to suggest is that I think that this question of the board being able to reconsider its previous actions. Mind you, I'm really of a mind that we need to start making decisions like, the Director of General Services said, make a decision, stick to it, move on. At the same time, if we don't have the ability to reconsider a decision, there's something wrong with that picture. And I think there's a difference of opinion. Certainly my lawyer has a kind of a different view of that. I think we could talk to the Attorney General and kind of work out some of that. It relates to our Rules Committee decision. I just want to make sure that by waiting a month on these two lists that we don't harm the districts.
The impact to the January list, it's my understanding, this might be a legal question, that because if the board doesn't take an action to change those grants, they're going to keep the grant amounts that were approved in January. Now, for the projects that are scheduled to be approved for the February, if the board doesn't approve those projects for February and they go to the March, then the question of which board date do those projects receive may come into question. Right now, because we're processing things based on board approval, however, the board could take an action in March to say that these projects should get the February date. The list right now is based on board dates, so if the February projects don't get...
If we don't approve anything today, then we have a gap. We'll have a gap on our list from January to March, right? Is that what the effect would be?
Yes.
Well, just to clarify what Juan said is there isn't, in effect, because of the unfunded list and because the treasurer said that the bond sales are not going to cover the entire unfunded list, if no action is taken, the ones that are on the February list, if we figure out which date and time, the 120 or however objectively the board decides to determine what doesn't get attached to the negative CCI, the board can also at the same time say these projects are subject to the February board date, and then you have your March projects. But I think is how you clearly define it is what's the date, the cutoff date, not the board date, but what's the cutoff date, so for the negative CCI.
If I may, it doesn't really matter in the larger scheme of things because no one is disadvantaged.
No.
They're in a class of their own, and if they are not approved in January, in February, and we take action in March, all of them are going to have a March date, and the list simply then goes from January to March, and there's
and they will
really
be ahead.
effectively no consequence. Is that correct?
And thinking more about it, the list for March will be prioritized and date received. So they should be ahead of the March items.
Okay. Assemblymember Buchanan.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get all this straight, because we're saying we've approved the January list, right, at the lower rate. And if we want to be sure that the February list is not at the lower rate, we need to hold it off till the next meeting. Is that what you're saying? And then change the rate at the same time, which if you're not going back and changing January, then you'd have January funded at a lower rate than February. That makes no sense. So let me just finish and see if I can try and make some logic out of all of this. I still believe very strongly that these districts on the February list are entitled to know whether or not they're going to be funded. And the real decision and the second decision that we have to make is, do we want to change the date at which the lower rate kicks in and what the criteria is for that? Now, I would still argue that it's got to be based on one of our agendas, and I would still argue it would be going through March 4th or March forward, because that gives you 180 days by which an item should have been on our agenda, and it then would remove any penalty for projects that would have been on here in December. But I could live with having some other criteria, but I do think we have to be clear on it, because if not, we will be discussing this meeting after meeting and cherry picking and see another project that came up from 2008 or January 2009 or whatever. So there's got to be some kind of clarity that we give to staff. But I do think that it makes no sense not to let the schools know that they can go forward with the schools on the February list. They can't go forth their projects.
So what's in front of us is the February list at the lower rate.
Yeah. Well, my suggestion, if we need a separate action item and it has to be put on the agenda, my recommendation would be that we approve them, and if we have to retroactively change the date by which the new rate applies, that we do it that way, if that's how, if we're able to accomplish that.
I agree with that. I'm just not sure how that conflicts with our legal opinion, though. Yeah, so...
Sorry, yes, it does conflict with my opinion. Well, because the action that you took in January was to, first of all, there was a consent item, and the unfunded approvals for January were on that item, and you approved that.
Right.
The second action that you took was to approve the new CCI index for 2010, but have that apply from those unfunded approvals from January 2010 going forward, and those that were on the unfunded list for 2009 were going to receive the last year's rate. So what you're proposing now is to not only change the unfunded approval from the January unfunded approval list from the 2010 index, but you're proposing to have that 2010 index not applied to February or March, but going forward. So those 3 months basically are contrary to what your opinion was in January. Yeah.
Well, and just quickly, as I'm reading the Attorney General opinion that you've relied on, it further states that the rule would not apply where the agency's decision exceeded its authority or was made without sufficient evidence. I think there's question as to whether the board had authority to do what it did. So it could be argued both ways, and I think it's not something for us to decide tonight. I think we need to have actually asked the AG. Because, you know, Madam Chair, I hear that you've got conflicting advice from your attorney, that I would hope that we make the right decision and we actually see what proper authority we have instead of deciding it tonight, because I am actually in a different opinion than our legal counsel as well.
And I think Ms. Buchanan just reminded me too. I think another important element here is that there, in some sense, by seeing this list, there's new evidence, and so you know, we should be able to make good decisions, you know, and if we've not made a good decision, we should be able to, you know, right or wrong in some sense. It just doesn't make sense.
There are some exceptions to that, and one of them is that you acted without authority, but new evidence by itself would not necessarily fall within that exception. But I'm happy to have you get more than one legal opinion on this matter.
I just think this is sort of my view of this list. I mean, I find it difficult, and I've had this conversation with many of you when you've come to my office of what would have happened, what could have happened, what might have happened. You know, if we'd had a meeting, if we hadn't had a meeting. To me, I'd really like to have us have rules that everybody understands, rules that we can all apply, rules that we understand, and we have motions, we have decisions by the board that are uniformly applied. But it's really critical that, you know, as we move forward, that we have confidence that in our list and in what's there. And so that's why I'm more inclined to I want to make sure, I don't want any district to be harmed by not taking an action on either one of these pots this month. I feel like making darn sure that we have the right, that the legal part's correct, that we have the policy down correct, and I've struggled with this all day today, personally, and I'm not 100%, I don't know where, I'm not positive, and I don't want to take an action and have my lawyer telling me you can't fix it, and I was just thinking that we might have more flexibility if we do all of this in March, if we don't harm the districts. That's why I was asking.
And I think we can move forward, and like Juan mentioned earlier, we can order the projects by the receive date.
And Assemblymember Buchanan, I understand, because basically what boards rely on is when they get approved, they kind of either decide whether if they have their own bond funding to move forward or whatnot. But here's also just something to think about. The board decided not to have a December meeting. Those that would have been heard in December were put on the January, so they had to wait till January to move forward. I think a month at this point, if it would be, the districts would probably say don't take action if it means you can't review it and not have the negative CCI apply.
Yeah, I can accept that. I just, based on what I'm hearing from council, though, the decision regarding when the increase comes into effect will not affect whether or not we're approved this month or next month. I mean, if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is that we can't take an action to change the fee back. So if that's the case,
that's my opinion.
When we approve it, would have no bearing on whether or not they got funded at the higher rate, because if you were able to make the decision to change the date of the rate, then it would apply equally. But I can live with bringing it back if districts.
So for me, I would, if Mr. Duffy wouldn't mind, give us, at least assure us that if we delayed any decision, that there wouldn't be any impact on school districts. That's the first element I think that, you know, I would like to have answered, and then, well, let's get an answer.
Thank you again, Tom Duffy for Cash. What seems to me to be the issue, Madam Chair and members and Ms. Brownlee, is that if there isn't an action taken today, then, as I think as Juan was referencing, the February approvals would be lumped in with the March approvals. It may be that you have the ability to indicate in some manner that these are segregated from March if you delay, and that it would be your will through whatever action that OPSC would treat them as if they had a February date because they were on this agenda, and therefore separate them from March because of the question of how many bonds are sold and how far does it go, so that they wouldn't be harmed in terms of their date. So that may be one way to address that. And just and I'm, if I may, I'm sorry.
Senator Huff wanted to say something.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, I was just going to make a motion. I agree we didn't have sufficient evidence last time. I believe it's changed things, but we have a legal opinion that says we're not entitled to do that. So I think fundamentally we have to table this until next month, get a legal opinion that allows us that knows our parameters of what we can do, and then we can work forward. Just let me make the motion, please. And so I would move that we do table it, that we direct staff to separate the agendized stuff from this and say that qualifies for being on this month's agenda until we can get that taken care of, and then we can intelligently move forward and hopefully undo what we did, and if not, at least we know what we can do. That would be my motion.
Is there a second? Call the roll on that.
So when are we going to get a different legal opinion to know how we can proceed at the next meeting? Well,
definitely.
So that doesn't have to be part of the motion then. I just want to be clear.
I would amend the motion to include that without putting too much pressure on the legal minds around here.
Okay.
Okay. Can you call the roll on that?
What are we voting on now?
We're voting on tabling it till next month and segregating these February projects with whenever it comes up in March. Figuring out our legal angles.
Got it.
Senator Lowenthal.
Aye.
Senator Huff. Aye. Assemblymember Fuller. Aye. Assemblymember Brownlee. Aye. Assemblymember Buchanan. Aye. Ron Dietrich. Aye. Kathleen Moore.
Aye.
Lynn Green.
Aye.
Cynthia Bryant.
Aye.
Carries.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I just seek clarification for the March projects? Should they be calculated using the 2010 CCI or 2009?
I think we heard. I think that we're going to have it come back probably with presenting options, because I think that you've heard that we have date issues, and I think we can kind of work through that. Don't you think? I mean.
Okay. For part of the consent item, the
I think you heard the 100. We can look at this 120-day question, and we can, let's just see, provide options to the board.
Right. I think that's right. Options.
And it will be also couched in what we find, what we make what the recommended final legal determination is.
And I just, I don't want to add insult to injury here, but I, originally wanted to ask for reconsideration on the issue of the developer fees in terms of that decision. Now, I would imagine that the same legal opinion, the legal opinion is the same for this issue as that.
It would be. And, I will go out of my way to try to find some authority to support whatever this board does. I didn't have a lot of time to think about this issue, but, I feel that my job here is to assist you and support the actions this board wants to take.
So, and again, it might be that the board doesn't want to reconsider, but in my opinion, when I walked away from this meeting, that we decreased the grants, the student grants to schools, and and the developer fee stayed the same. So it feels to me as though if we're going to reduce the fee and put a larger burden on the schools, and that the proposed developer fee increase was pennies. I mean, it just wasn't very much at all. That the developer fees, or the developer could participate, and in helping to construct the schools in very difficult economic times. So I'm just asking for reconsideration, and again, I think it needs to be couched based on whether there is a legal opinion to support that, if the board so chooses.
Can I just make can I make a suggestion on that? Can we table that for the time being and do that in March when we have a definite how this?
I'm sorry, I thought I was speaking to item number 2 on the motion, ma'am.
Oh, that's true. I mean, can we move to approve? It is part of the staff recommendation. He moved approval of the staff recommendation. Item 2 on the staff recommendation is this financial hardship question. Is that right? Okay.
I think
if I'm premature, I'm
the speaker
sorry.
is just raising a fundamental policy issue and interpretation of it, and I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
Anyway, Julia seconded it.
Although the motion that's on the table does not discuss this financial hardship issue. To approve the list as is, and except for with Lammersville.
You talked to her? Yeah. She's withdrawing it.
Okay.
Oh, she's, okay. Okay, so stay on.
Yeah.
Should I continue,
Yeah.
Madam Chair? The financial hardship projects approval should be provided a retroactive date because they would have received an apportionment on that date, seeing that the money was actually available to the State Allocation Board in the form of voter-approved bonds. I think the SAB had originally requested the OPSC to provide some emergency regulations that would minimize impact of the entire budget crisis situation on all school districts in the state of California, and I think that also included the financial hardship districts. However, when the regulations came forward, they did not address financial hardship districts, but they did address other time clocks that were available by creating the inactive apportionment regulations. Districts that are financial hardships that are on this list weren't informed of the potential negative impact, and therefore there was no opportunity to vet or to discuss this issue either at the implementation committee or to consider it in front of the board. So I'm going to conclude with that at this point, and that is there is some concern here.
Next. Did you want to say something, Ms.
Yeah,
Beckman?
well, I'll share the floor with Jason Hernandez, who can speak to the hardship regulations item.
Good evening. Again, my name is Jason Hernandez, and I'm the audit supervisor for the financial hardship program. And I've basically been working with the financial hardship program in one way, shape, or form since 2000, so basically for the last 10 years. Just to provide a little more further clarification on what was just testified in for some further testimony that I'm sure you'll hear after I have a chance to speak. Basically, one of the first most important things to remember, one of the underlying principles of the financial hardship program since the beginning, and it's also listed in the Ed Code, is that a district is making all reasonable attempt to fund their local matching share of their projects. If they cannot do that, then they can try to enter into the financial hardship program, meet the qualifying criteria, and have a review done to see what funding they have available. And that's the way that they show that they have made all reasonable effort. The financial hardship reviews, a regular review is 180 days status. Once you're approved, your approval is basically, we've looked at your finances, we saw that you qualify for hardship, we've determined an amount, either portion or no contribution that should be applied to your financial hardship projects, and that's basically frozen for 180 days. When they did the original unfunded list back in 2001, it was the same principle they applied. the same basic principle of the Ed Code and the basic principle of the hardship, that regardless of the reason for the creation of the unfunded list, that your financial hardship approval is frozen for 180 days. We will not look at it again. We will not change any of your contribution. If you've been sitting on there like the regulation states for 180 days, we do not change and look at your eligibility for those projects. Those projects still qualify for hardship. You will not be taken off the list, the unfunded list, for anything that we do in that financial hardship review. We do not look at your qualifying criteria again. All we do is a modified review to make sure you're still following the basic principles of the program and the Ed Code, that you're making all reasonable effort to fund your projects. And how do they do that? We do that by looking at your available funds, and if there's any additional available funds, we make the adjustment accordingly. Another important aspect of that is to remember that $0 come back to the state. Sometimes that's an amount of confusion. But no matter what we find in a financial hardship review or an unfunded review, $0 come back to the state. All that means is there's a decrease in the amount of the financial hardship apportionment, and that district has to contribute some of their own funds, their own capital facility funding, to their own capital facility project. And that way they're making their own every reasonable attempt to fund their projects. And in turn, that means that if another project further down the list will now have the opportunity to receive financial hardship dollars that wouldn't have otherwise. And that's an important distinction. Again, as Lisa had mentioned, this Ed Code 1859.81, which was approved by the board, these regulations were changed. The item was brought to the board in June 2001. Before that, it was vetted over several implementation committee meetings before it was brought to the board. It went through its 45-day public comment period, and based on that public comment, there were some adjustments that were made, and it was brought back to the board December 12, 2001. And then it was finally enacted into regulation on December 21, 2001. And you'll hear a lot of testimony again about different circumstances between 2001 and the unfunded list, because we ran out of bonding authority, and that's why the unfunded list was created. And here in 2010, we had to create an unfunded list because of the state's inability to sell treasurer bonds. Well, the regulation does not stipulate the reason. That's only the cause. That's not the intent. That's just the cause. What caused this particular unfunded list? There may be another unfunded list in the future that's caused for another reason. Still, your financial hardship is frozen for that amount of time. We will not look at your finances again for 180 days. But if it changed and you can contribute to your projects, the basic premise is you're supposed to contribute. That's what the law says. That's what the regulation says, that you should contribute, and in essence that frees up dollars for other projects. But just finally, that basic concept, because if we do not do these unfunded reviews, we do not verify that you're meeting this requirement, we're basically we lose our ability to have bond accountability. And I know the basic thing that we want out there, especially with all the concerns in the public for future bonds, their main concern is bond accountability. And without these financial hardship reviews, we cannot have accountability. These do not harm the districts. It's only saying that if you have additional dollars, you can contribute them to your project. We do not change the eligibility, and no matter what, these projects will still stay on the unfunded list. And I will answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions?
How detailed is this review? How much time does it take? How much resources?
Basically, when we've gone into these unfunded reviews in the past, we allocated all our resources to do these. We make these unfunded reviews our top priority. We're willing to offer to go into the field to reduce the amount of time, because typically what causes a lot of the delay is the back and forth. The back and forth between mailing the packages to the office if we need additional documentation. If we go into the field, a typical audit review, you may be in a couple of weeks. We can probably go into the field in a couple of days, get all the documentation that we need, ensure that we have all the documentation, come back to the office, and we anticipate weeks instead of months to complete these financial hardship reviews, because they will definitely be our top priority before anything else.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Moore?
Understand what you presented. If I may, there has been a circumstance change between when the regulation went into place and where we are today. And that circumstance is that through no fault of their own, school districts have been placed on an unfunded list when they would have normally moved forward in the process. And one of the items that I know we considered in 2009 when this happened was how can we ensure that school districts are not harmed because of that action. And we took a number of regulations forward that the board adopted, all with the intent that we did not want to harm school districts. So we suspended the 18-month time clock. We suspended a number of ones. What I'm hearing from the first speaker is that we're not affording the same opportunity to this situation.
No, thank you, and those are good points. But I just want to repeat again that these reviews are not harming them. What would harm them is if, based on this review, they were pushed off the unfunded list, they no longer qualified for the funding, but that's not going to be the case. No matter what we find, that just means additional contribution. You're not going to lose your place in line. You will still have your place on the unfunded list. We're not going to harm you in any ways. Those 18-month substantial progress and some of those other things, those could potentially have caused your project to be rescinded, to be reduced to costs incurred, and that definitely would have caused harm, and that's why we looked into some of those things to either freeze those regulations or to extend the time period for them. This is not taking the project out of line. This is not changing the overall amount that the project will receive, because the project can be made up of three things: obviously state funding, financial hardship apportionment, and district contribution. And those three together equal the total project cost. And so that total project cost is not going to change. It is just going to be the ratio. So if you budget a project based on a certain amount of money, say it's $10 million, that's still going to be $10 million no matter what we find. It's just we're just saying now you have additional dollars that you can contribute so that your ratio increases. So maybe now, instead of 100% funding, you're getting 95% funding on your project, or you're getting 92%. But the 100% that you budgeted for is still the same amount, so you're not being harmed.
Ms. Green? I'd appreciate just hearing from each of the those that are going to testify in those school districts that may be impacted by this issue, whether or not they believe that there is a harm. And whether or not because of the unprecedented situation of having an unfunded list and not being able to apportion the projects when we have bond authorization outstanding, whether it has an impact and are in that same category. So if they can address that when they come forward, I would appreciate that.
Ms. Green?
A point of clarification, when you determine hardship, do you only look at revenue and not in encumbrances?
No, we consider encumbrances and revenue. Once you're in the financial hardship program, if you look over that .81, 1859.81 section, we look at all your available capital facility accounts, weigh any encumbrances you have against that revenue stream that you have in there. And those encumbrances that are approved in your initial review, we continually look at. It's if you entered into...
Don't in this review?
No, we do. We do. Basically, all the financial portions of the review, the funds that we look at, all your capital-related funds, any encumbrances, any new developer fees, redevelopment funds, those type of things is what we're looking at. And it's the same thing that we look at in the regular financial hardship review.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sir?
Good evening, members of the board. Matt Petler with School Facility Consultants. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. Wanted to make a couple points. One on the unfunded lists and unfunded approvals that Jason spoke about. I have a little bit of a different opinion on those. The unfunded list in the regulation, as Jason said, was created in 2001, and it was created for the distinct purpose because the State Allocation Board was out of modernization bond funds. There was no authority left, and so there was a regulation created in order to maintain a list of those projects. When the funding freeze hit in December of 2008, it threw everybody into chaos, and at that time, the State Allocation Board looked at various ways that they could make sure that school districts were held harmless because of the funding freeze. One of the processes that school districts wanted to continue was their application process. They wanted to make sure that applications were still being processed, and in March of 2009, the board adopted the process of making unfunded approvals. And in that action, the recommendation from OPSC was that unfunded approvals will be made in order for districts to have some certainty in terms of their projects moving forward and acknowledgement that they had met all the regulations, and that at a later date there would be consideration of an unfunded list when the state runs out of bonding authority. So I think that there is a clear distinction between those two, and on Ms. Moore's point, that the context of all of that was to hold school districts harmless and make sure that regulations were addressed so that school districts weren't harmed by the funding freeze. And I think school district folk can speak more directly to the question of how they're harmed. But that I just wanted to point that was the intent of that set of regulations. I think that on the point of the revenue versus encumbrances that Ms. Green brought up, I think that is a challenging issue. I think that what Jason said is accurate in that the OPSC does review your encumbrances when you first come into the hardship program. That, as Jason said, he's been doing this program for almost 10 years. If a hardship district became a hardship district in 1998 when the program started, that would be encumbrances as of 1998. We're now 10 years down the road, and school districts, especially now, trying to scramble through this fiscal crisis, have taken in revenue, encumbered those funds, and if those weren't initially encumbered back when they first entered into hardship, then OPSC does not recognize those encumbrances. So just want to make a few points on the unfunded approvals and the encumbrances, and then I know other folks can talk about the specifics of their district situations. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Stewart, representing the LaSalle School District, and there are 8 projects on this list, and this district became a facility and financial hardship when they had severe black mold problems through several of their schools due to a faulty architectural design. And they had to actually were forced to go to CDE to get a special waiver to bond to 167% of their bonding capacity, so they could immediately get the kids out of these classrooms and get new classrooms in there. And they have a whole series of projects planned where if one of these falls out, the multipurpose room doesn't get fixed, and these kids are still eating out in the rain. So the district counts on these lists, which are very transparent, and they count on the dates, they count on the amounts, and they count on them for their sale of their bonds, for completing the mitigation, for master planning, and for every other facility's purpose. To require financial hardship projects now to go through another audit, this could delay the projects again, and it also could change the amounts, because the amounts of some bond sales change kind of on a weekly, monthly, yearly basis. And this would result in a major blow to their facilities project, and would result in this district not being able to complete their mitigation projects. So during the discussions of the financial hardship process during the implementation committee, when we were talking about this bubble of projects and this list we were going to create, we were trying to figure out what to call it. At some point, there were many suggestions that were not unfunded list. And we're all wondering if it was named something else, would we be here today? Would it be possible for this board to rename this list? Is it because it's named the same thing? They're two different animals. Maybe we could just rename the list and look at it a different way. But whatever the solution is, we really encourage you to hold these projects harmless, as was the intent of the negotiations during the process. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Scott Anderson, and I'm the Chief Business Official at Brentwood Union School District in Contra Costa County. I'm here to express a concern also with the item B in the staff recommendation regarding financial hardship districts and a reevaluation of their financial status. Brentwood Union School District is directly involved in this item, and I'll just take a brief couple of minutes to describe the background of our situation to you. Brentwood Union School District submitted a complete financial hardship application to OPSC on May 17, 2007. This was 2 years and 9 months ago. BUSD was granted financial hardship status on March 6, 2008, after a 10-month staff review of our application. BUSD submitted a Form 5004 for the construction of Sand Creek Elementary School on August 12, 2008, within the allowed 6-month financial hardship window that's been mentioned earlier tonight. BUSD's 6-month financial hardship window for submitting 5004s closed on September 6th of 2008 and was not renewed. Our Sand Creek Elementary School construction grant was approved by the SAB on December 10th of 2008, just prior to the freeze that occurred on December 17th of 2008. The construction grant amount approved by the SAB on December 10th, 2008 was $3.795 million short as a result of an error by OPSC during the processing of our application. We appreciate the fact that errors can happen and that this error was corrected by OPSC and the balance of our construction grant of $3.795 million was approved by the SAB on April 22nd of 2009. However, because of this error, the balance of our funding has been on the unfunded approval list since April 22nd of 2009. We further appreciate that our project was moved up on the unfunded approval list at the January SAB meeting, recognizing that this is the next best thing to receiving the funding that we should really already have. So our specific concern related to item 7 on your agenda tonight regarding item B of the staff recommendation that states find that the apportionments for the following application numbers may be adjusted and is contingent on the staff's review of the district's available contribution to the SFP regulation 1859.81. We understand that this section of the regulation indicates that if a project is on the unfunded list for more than 180 calendar days, a review of the district's financials is in order. However, we request that our school district, Brentwood Union School District, not be subjected to item B of the staff recommendation for the following extraordinary reasons. This last piece of our project funding would not be on the unfunded approval list at all, except for the error made by OPSC in processing our construction application. The majority of the funding for this project has already been released to BUSD. Our Sand Creek Elementary School is in construction right now, employing contractors, engineers, inspectors, and architects, and we need the complete balance of this funding to finish the school and deliver the classrooms. We believe subjecting our school district to a financial review covering a period of almost 3 years from the time of our original completed financial hardship application is an unreasonable impact on our staff and would no doubt result in additional and unpredictable delays in receiving our funding. Just speaking frankly, I can assure you that our school district, Brentwood Union School District, has received revenues over the past 3 years that were not known of or included in our financial hardship application we submitted in 2007, when our financial condition was frozen and evaluated by OPSC, and that we have done everything in our power as a school district to defer spending, contain costs of all kinds in an effort to conserve precious cash. I mean, school districts are in trouble out there, and we've been preserving every dollar within our school district. I can also assure you that our school district needs every one of these dollars to try and survive this ongoing fiscal nightmare we're all having to go through for the next few years. So again, just BUSD would not be subjected to this item if our application would have been processed correctly the first time. So we request that we be exempted from item B of the staff recommendation.
Ms. Moore?
Just a quick question of staff. Where is Brentwood on this list?
They're not on the list anymore. Oh. They don't require a review.
Yeah, just to provide some clarification, and just like the district stated, and he absolutely stated it correctly, they received an actual apportionment before the fund freeze, so they never received an unfunded approval, and they finally received that fund release, I believe, you can correct me, I think in June of '09. So they were never placed on the unfunded list. All that was placed on the unfunded list was the errors in admission. Like he stated correctly, there was not a portion left off by staff. So those particular projects, since their full construction has already been released to the district, do not require an unfunded review. And if you look at the item, they're not in, I think they may be listed at the bottom, but those ones that are errors and admissions that already received their construction dollars will not have an unfunded review.
Can you just tell me where on the list Brentwood is so I can see it?
They're on the list to be funded, if I read this correctly. Correct. Yeah, they are. So they will be funded today.
I'm sorry, the item that I reviewed this morning at 6 a.m. Included Brentwood and 6 or 7 other districts that would be subjected to a re-review of financial hardship status, so I may...
That's right. The revised A list I have, Ms. Silver,
yes,
if I'm wrong, has Brentwood on the list here to be funded today.
Correct, and they wouldn't require a re-review. Unfortunately, when we did our revisions, our website didn't post correctly, so there is a revision and wouldn't require...
So they're because of they're not going to be subject to this
a review. Correct.
Re-review.
They would not be subject to a review.
So we could have just staff. You could have saved this gentleman a very lengthy testimony, saved our audience a lengthy testimony. So next time, feel free to interrupt our witness who's already won his point.
I'm sorry, I wasted your time.
That's sorry, but we do appreciate.
It's nice to see a smile on your face.
Yeah.
It's good to be sure.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Board. My name is John Poikert. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for San Bernardino Unified School District. Hopefully I can bring a little clarity to this evening. Early in '09, the January and March SAB meetings, there was an extreme discussion over the suspension of the PMI funds and the effect that would take place on the school districts. The chair, board, executive officer were searching for a solution that would not put districts in jeopardy or harm them. There were comments that you can find in the transcripts about unplugging the clock, unfunded approvals that would not trigger any requirement were made. A list seemed to be the answer that evening, and unfortunately the list ended up being called an unfunded list. And what I'm really seeking tonight is clarification, because I think this really ended up being a verbiage issue rather than a statutory one. Clearly, the intention of the chair of the board and the executive officer that evening was to help, and I still believe that. And if it was not for this verbiage, again, things would be fine. So I'm suggesting that this list be changed from unfunded list, which would really retains to the bond money that would be remaining, to change it to a reserve list of unfunded approvals so that we can get this clarification. I do want to share with you a minor bit of information that the ship has already sailed on these projects. If you want to talk about harm to a district, we have started executing contracts. We have purchased over 240 properties in the city of San Bernardino. We've already moved 200 families out of their homes, and we are demolishing homes, and we are abating properties. We are very much past shovel ready. We're digging, and what we're looking at is this is putting us in a very, very uncertain environment, and by all means it would harm the district and the community. And to give a perspective about what's going on in a school district, ours had to cut $60 million out of their general fund last year, and this year it will be an additional $30 million.
Next.
Good evening, Ana Ferreira with the County School Facilities Consortium. We have submitted a letter to the board prior to this on the broader issue of the application of this regulation. We really do believe that it's being applied now in a very different way than it was originally intended, and through no fault of their own. And you can hear how this will be impacting districts and county offices who are often in financial hardship, also could be in this situation very soon. And the idea that because you're 100% funding means that you need to be scrutinized more than they already are under financial hardship really doesn't resonate with our members. Thank you very much.
Any other public testimony, people who haven't spoken on this item?
I'm Terry Tao. I'm legal counsel for LSO and San Bernardino. The reason I'm here is a couple of points of clarification that I believe are important to recognize. The unfunded list is actually something defined under 1859.95. That regulation states when the board has no funds to apportion, the board will accept and process applications for apportionment for purposes of developing an unfunded list. That regulation was created in the priority point system back in 2001, and this unfunded list was specifically created when the act of not having any money left on the bonds occurs. It appears that this unfunded definition is different than the unfunded definition associated with the PMI freeze. Secondly, I think it's important to look at the definition under 1859.81 for hardship for two reasons. One is the unfunded list that's mentioned there is the unfunded list that is referenced in 1859.95, so it's specifically for that purpose. I believe that it's important to recognize that a unfunded, when the money runs out, also triggers level 3 school fees, triggers a lot of different things that occur with regard to the funding that school districts will get, and a hardship district will receive level 3 school fees, which is obviously something that you would want to consider when the program starts back up again through the passage of another bond. That is one of the reasons I believe that this reconsideration after 180 days on an unfunded list occurs. Secondly, I think it's important to also look at what 1859.81 actually says with regard to encumbrances. I would beg to differ with Mr. Hernandez here, but the regs say after the initial request for financial hardship status is granted, no further encumbrances will be approved by OPSC, which means that from the date of the application, that's when the encumbrances are locked in. What's being asked for now is a review of essentially the accounts receivable, which means that there's going to be a great disparity with the amount of time that has passed between when encumbrances are evaluated and when the accounts receivables of a school district that is hardship is evaluated. There's going to be some very significant discrepancies.
Excuse me, what regulation were you reading again?
1859.81.
25.
It's a very long regulation.
I'm sorry.
1859.81. It's about end of the first paragraph, subsection A. I do want to draw a distinction with regard to the San Bernardino project for Middle College. This project is a project that was actually submitted in July of 2008 for ORG, and because of a number of irregularities and issues, it ended up not getting approved in December when it should have been approved. and it came before this board, and this board ultimately decided that this project should have been approved at that time. What we were told was, because the list of projects that were going to receive what's called inactive apportionments was already sent to the Department of Finance, the middle college could not be included, and therefore we would be put on an unfunded list. This project should not be there at all. So I think it's also critical to recognize that this project would not be an unfunded project in the first place. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, members, Tom Duffy again for cash. When this crisis began in December 2008, we went to Rob Cook, then executive officer, and Ms. Valentine, the assistant executive officer, and proposed that they unplug the clocks by coming to you and asking you to adopt emergency regulations. We proposed that because we didn't want panic within the program, and we said be proactive, get this out there, and we can start talking to districts about doing that. One of the things we proposed at that time was that the financial hardship item that is being discussed right now also have an unplugged clock. So 180 days didn't continue to run and create issues later. And that was the only recommendation that we made that they did not accept. They accepted everything else, and we worked through that, and I'm glad that we were able to do it. The issue to me seems to be one of basic fairness. The state program isn't functioning the way that it should be functioning, and yet, so the state makes the rules, and now the rules will apply to the district but not apply to the state. And that's, it just doesn't feel right to us because of that. You have to keep your part of this bargain, but we're not because of our circumstances, because we're not selling bonds. And Terry Talon mentioned developer fees. One of the issues, of course, is developer fees come in 180 days later. How much is there? Because developer fees should be part of the match, and we have no problem with that. We think the districts that receive any income should contribute that under normal circumstances. But in talking to the development community, and there were two of us here talking to you last month, Richard Lyon from CBIA and me talking about developer fees, they're saying that there's really no building going on, and so there's very little fees out there. So going to the issue, Senator, that you brought up, how much effort and what kind of materials, what kind of resources. This is the worst time ever. I've been in public schools for 40 years. I've never seen anything like what's being experienced at the local level today. So what I would ask is that you consider that and not make additional work when it's not necessary. And thank you very much again for your patience.
Any questions or comments from the board? We have a motion on the table, which is...
What is the motion? What is that motion?
I was going to restate it to the best of my ability. To approve the staff recommendation minus, at the moment, Lammersville, which we'll vote on separately, without any other conditions on it. And you rescinded your second. You're right. We only have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, well, do we have another motion then?
If I may, I'll attempt. I move that we move staff recommendation 1 and 3, and that we ask staff to come back at a future board on this hardship issue in the same spirit that we approached the other unplugging of the clocks, so to speak, for school districts for further discussion by the board. But at this board, that we move items 1 and 3 for approval.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Dietrich?
I have some concerns with that. Currently, you have a regulation, so you first have to figure out a way to get around your regulation before you can change item 2, and then in the meantime, now you've got these people also hanging out in limbo, and we could move them forward. at this point in time.
It could be that the board, although there's, it could be legally parsed, that the board finds that this regulation does not apply in this instance, that it is not an unfunded list. It's as currently defined.
But we've adopted as an unfunded list in regulation.
And I don't know what authority the board would have to do that. There is a definition of unfunded list in the regulations, and I think it's pretty clear that it would apply to these unfunded approvals and not a list where there's no bond authority. So.
Yes, Senator.
In discussion on the motion, I agree that these poor guys haven't done anything wrong. They followed the rules. We have dropped the ball, and it's costing them money. It's going to cost us more money to go back and do this. I don't know the legal mechanism. I agree with you, but it's like we're in a conundrum, and I don't know if staff can, buy us a vowel here. We need a clue on how to get around this, but it seems like this is not fair to the local school districts. They've followed all the rules, and if there is a path that we can accommodate them and get them off this list, I think we ought to do it.
And I think, for me, the question is, before us is really if, does this rule apply under extenuating circumstances, which was, the economy dropped out, we're not selling bonds. I think the original interpretation was with regards to if we ran out of bond money and a holdover for when there was approval of a new bond. But these are extenuating circumstances, and there's nothing that the district has done under these circumstances.
Mr. Dietrich?
I don't disagree that there's extenuating circumstances, but the regulation is what the regulation is. And if there's no provision in the regulation to address these circumstances, and we need the bond accountability for the review,
Took actions to try and hold harmless on the list. I for one, would look at that issue.
I just want to, this is making me upset and disturbed because I think I've met with almost every single district on here, and you all have very compelling stories, and I'm somewhat persuaded by the fact that this is the state's fault, blah, 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 but at the same time, I'm sitting here reading the regulation. I've been reading it over and over again as we sit here. I don't see how this unfunded list is any different than what was anticipated under this regulation. I appreciate the fact that the board, and I want to respect what the board thought they did on the one hand. On the other hand, we didn't take the action. Even though there was a memo in the August agenda, even though it wasn't brought up, by the way, I'd like in the Rules Committee a thing to say that we're going to adopt reports every time so we have on the record that it's been read by the board. But I just feel, I hate saying this, but I feel like, our regulations are clear and this project's clear, and this what we do here is clear, and that from this point forward we're disadvantaging other people who are looking for hardship money. And that's what we do is we reevaluate it. And I think for the purposes of transparency and accountability, I can't support exempting these projects from a second financial hardship review if the 180 days is told. Now, if the dates were different, or there was, or we could exempt them from the, from the hardship rules, I'd be willing to consider it. But just to say they don't have to do it, I don't see the authority in the regulations as it currently stands. With all due respect to you, sir, I'm reading it differently.
From this gentleman.
Terry Tao again. One thing that this program is fundamentally based on is consistency. There is a set of regulations that school districts rely upon for the purposes of doing their fiscal and financial planning in order to build what it is that they need to build. A school district, when they submitted an application to you for hardship funding, never had a contemplation that they would be placed on an unfunded list, nor had a contemplation that they would be re-reviewed. So as a matter of fundamental fairness, there is an issue with regard to having this issue come up unbeknownst to them, with no ability to plan at all. Certainly, there was no reason for a school district to believe that their funds would be held up because there were no funds available, because there was plenty of money in the bond that was left. The reports are given every month as to how much money is left in the bond. Again, I will go back to 1859.95 states when the board has no funds to apportion. No funds to apportion means no money from the bond is left. I also have the quote from Mr. Cook when this unfunded list was approved, and I'll read it to you. It says, "That's how it's been done in the past, and that's an apportionment. That is, you now, as Henry indicated, trigger all requirements under that. An unfunded approval does not trigger any requirements. It merely is a statement that the project has met all our regulations otherwise, and statute and regulations in the state had not made a dollar commitment to it." This is from the transcript of the January 14th, 2009 State Allocation Board meeting at page 74, lines 10 through 17. At the time, one of the things that was being discussed was that school districts should not be harmed. And there was a list of regulations that were considered for the purposes of ensuring that school districts weren't harmed. This happened to be one that should have been considered, 1859.81, but was not. And now OPSC is taking the position that everything needs to be re-reviewed despite the fact that there is no ability to plan for this circumstance. So I would again reiterate, 1859.95 is when there are no funds because the bond money has run out, and that ties into level 3 school fees.
But it doesn't say that. It doesn't say, it just says when funds are not available to the board. When the board has no funds to apportion. We haven't had funds to apportion until today.
The regulations also state that once you file your 5005 form that the apportionments are made and that the school districts are paid immediately thereafter. If I remember correctly, I think it's 30 days. So there's a very well-oiled system with regards to how an apportionment is made and how fund releases are done, and it's automatic. It's assuming that the bond funds are here. And unfortunately, the state has developed this lending system with regard to the PMIA where funds are essentially borrowed from the PMIA in order to keep the system flowing. But there's no tie between bond funds and this particular situation where there are no funds available.
I think I personally am compelled that there is could be two interpretations of this, and I think there's enough discussion here that compels me, and I think we should just, there's been a motion and a second, I think we should just move forward.
Want to call the roll?
Yes, which motion?
Ms. Morris, do you want to restate your motion?
1 and 3.
My motion was move recommendations 1 and 3 and ask staff to revisit the issue concerning financial hardship and holding them harmless. That was my motion. Like we held harmless all other projects in this situation. Pardon? That was my motion.
Does that include Lammersville?
It includes Lammersville.
Okay.
No, I need to make that very clear, that I'm voting that separately.
Yeah, and I think there's defunct regs.
I have a problem with Lammersville. I thought we pulled that off the consent to start out with, to go back at that separately.
There was a motion made on that, but I think it failed for lack of a second.
No, the motion was to vote the whole, everything here after Lammersville had already been pulled off consent.
There's no second for that motion.
Okay.
No second.
All right, I'd like to amend the motion to pull Lammersville off and vote on it separately.
I don't accept that amendment.
Okay, call the roll.
Senator Lowenthal,
This is
Senator Huff. Assemblymember Fuller. Assemblymember Brownlee. Assemblymember Buchanan. Ron Dietrich.
No.
Kathleen Moore.
Aye.
Lynn Green.
No.
Cynthia Bryant.
No.
It carries.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. We have tab 8, the Audit Subcommittee report, which is a discussion item. Is it Ms. Silverman or Senator Lowenthal who's going to take the lead on this item?
Well, I believe you're going to present, but I'm going to also waive a motion to be heard as well. So.
Okay. Senator.
Thank you. At the February, this is tab 8, the February 2009 SAB meeting, the board unanimously established the Audit Subcommittee in response to the Department of Finance audit report to study the scope of OPSC auditing authority and to bring recommendations to the SAB defining that authority. The board asks that the recommendations seek to find a balance between the state's fiduciary responsibilities for bond accountability and the best use of state and local resources in conducting audits. The Audit Subcommittee met twice last year, August 11th and December 14th. The committee heard detailed reports from the state auditor, OPSC audit staff, and district representatives. At our December meeting, we received presentations from legislative staff involved in the school facility bond program development. Since the lease purchase program, a school facility attorney, OPSC, and school district representatives. One of the outcomes of the December subcommittee meeting was a request for legal opinions regarding whether audit procedures fall under the Administrative Procedures Act as other board actions must. The Attorney General's Office legal opinion states that if audit procedures are applied mechanically, invariably, and inflexibly in every case, such processes would be considered void as underground regulations not formally adopted in accordance with the provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act. Frankly, we don't know at this point whether audit procedures are applied this way. We've heard from districts that audit guidelines, which are not currently reviewed by the board, are sometimes used as a citation for audit findings. The subcommittee will need to conduct further analysis to determine if audit guidelines and procedures should be subject to the APA. The Attorney General's opinion also clarifies that Education Code Section 17076.10 provides that the SAB may require an expenditure audit of a school district school facility school facility project funds. The SAB has delegated that expenditure audit authority to OPSC through regulations 1859.106. Subcommittee is clear that audits are a necessary component of an accountable and transparent program. Good and consistent communication is also critical to accountability and transparency. A recurring theme throughout our hearings was that communication is lacking in the audit process. Whether subject to the APA or not, audit communications must be improved between the board and OPSC, and between OPSC and school districts. We also heard repeatedly from fiscal experts and school districts that there is a need to coordinate the State Allocation Board audit requirements with other state-mandated school district audits. In this time of fiscal strain for state agencies and school districts, we must coordinate efforts and make the most of limited resources. To address these significant issues, the subcommittee would like to establish an audit working group that could work with the subcommittee staff, which is Lisa Kaplan, to develop audit guidelines that would be reviewed by the subcommittee and then sent to this board for approval. The working group would be modeled after an audit group currently working with the Department of Education for other state-required school district audits. We anticipate the working group would be made up of representatives from state agencies, school district business offices, and facility managers. The subcommittee is asking for the full board support of the establishment of this working group.
Ms. Silverman?
I think Mr. Dietrich, did you want to comment? In addressing your concerns, we understand and appreciate the feedback that we're receiving. But as you mentioned earlier, the State Allocation Board adopted a resolution back in 1999, and that resolution was to allow OPSC staff to perform that audit function. That prior function was provided by the Controller's Office in the prior program. But as government audits should follow is government auditing standards, and what is referred to as a yellow book. And these are generally accepted auditing standards as adopted by the United States Controller Office, which is also, those procedures are adopted throughout the United States in government entities, also in many numerous state agencies, and also your local education agencies as well. Those standards are the standards that this office is trying to achieve, and with that requires the issue of independence for management, oversight, organizations, and the audited entity, because it would comprise of the integrity of the audit. So government agencies face some barriers to independence, such as external impairments. Audit organizations must be free from external interference or influence that could improperly limit or modify the scope of an audit or threaten to do so. External interference with the selection of the application of audit procedures would violate the yellow book standards. Discussion of the State Allocation Board's Audit Subcommittee meetings included a proposal of a working group. This suggestion goes against the standard of the independence by allowing, again, external agencies and individuals to influence the selection of the audit scope and procedures. The client should not derive the audit procedures. In addition, canned audit procedures do not follow yellow book standards, in which, in fact, this program does not follow canned audit procedures. Although understanding and getting feedback from the work group is important, with vested interest in the clients in the matter, meaning our school districts, this creates either actual or perceived impairment in accordance to yellow book standard. And again, that cross ties to the auditor's independence. Although for years we've operated this program, we've provided numerous guidelines as far as how do we adopt our audit procedures. We've had this audit program handbook, which probably provides a lot of guidance as far as the procedures, the documentation that a district should maintain in order to have a successful audit. I think what exists right now is our program aggressively have gone out on an outreach event, and we actually went out February 17th to the Santa Clara County Office of Education. It was a great opportunity to go out there to share, to have what type of documents are required to have a successful audit. I mean, we've gotten feedback from that group. We answered a lot of tough questions, but I think the outcome of it was, it's not, I know there was a lot of tension as far as a gotcha, and that was not the perceived practice, but part of what the program was missing was actually verifying source information, you know, tracing the documents and the expenditures to the accounting source general ledgers. And that's all we're doing. I mean, when we're going out in the field, it's obviously a change from the normal desk procedures that was performed in the past. Should OPSC adopt its audit procedures or audit guides as regulations? Obviously, staff would say no. OPSC has obtained 2 legal opinions that state that the OPSC should not adopt its audit procedures or audit guide as regulations. In one opinion, the Attorney General's office has stated that legal precedent has established that audit guidelines do not have to be adopted as regulations unless they are strict and routine. In accordance with government-accepted auditing standards, OPSC audits retain discretion as how to perform an individual audit. OPSC's audit guide is considered a flexible tool to perform those audits rather than a rule book. And in a second legal opinion we received from our State Allocation Board legal counsel, she found that establishment of a new audit process or a change in the audit process does not require OPSC to go through the Administrative Procedures Act. Further, Government Code Section 11340.9E, adopting these procedures as regulations could potentially allow a violator to avoid detection, facilitate disregard of requirements, and give an improper advantage. And to address the question of whether or not our audits are redundant, OPSC reviews performed by other external agencies to avoid unnecessary duplication of any of those audit objectives. Proposition 1D, ballot language requires a project-by-project audit. No audit organization audits the school facility programs. Again, our audits are performed to trace the project expenditures to the county documents. We verify certifications. We validate whether or not they built the project. So those are all good objectives of the program. So OPSCs, as far as addressing what audit requirements have changed, although the audit method has changed from desk review to field review, audit requirements have not changed. OPSC continues to verify the same self-certifications, compliance with the laws and regulations as it always has done in the past. The only change is the quality and the depth of examination of the source documents, meaning the general ledgers, the original invoices. That's the change. OPSC must be accountable for the school facilities program bonds as administered for Proposition 47, 55, and 1D, and it specifically calls out for an audit. And that audit, again, provides transparency to the program and also provides transparency in the ballot measures that we pass to our voters. In the Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger administration, he adopted the executive order which specifically directs government agencies that spend bond funds to institute a three-part accountability structure, which includes a front-end accountability, which is an adoption of more or less of project monitoring, and an in-progress audit, again, have better outcomes, and a follow-up accountability, which is your closeout audit. Again, I urge you to allow us to go out and continue our outreach program and meet with our districts and get input. Again, that would be the recommendation.
I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you saying we should not have a working group?
No, I think we should go out, allow staff to go out and do outreach events and continue to get feedback.
I'm asking now for the approval of the board to do a working group. Are you disagreeing with that?
What I'm asking is allow us to go out and educate our group, educate our stakeholders to get feedback independently. We are going out in the field and getting feedback from stakeholders. So, I mean, allow us to continue to work with our customers and get feedback.
I think
we're just saying we want to have an look at the procedures. We want to have a working group, and I'm not hearing you saying we presented. You know, I could go through who I think should be on the working group. I'm asking. We've held hearing 2 meetings. This is what our recommendation is. I'm not saying what you shouldn't be doing or doing. We're just saying, are you saying that you're opposing having a working group to look at these audits?
I think that would imply some challenges there. I mean, we're open to hearing some feedback, but I mean, are you asking them to weigh in on the procedures itself?
Well, we're asking for the, for the significant issues that we've raised, that have gone through already. We want the working group to make recommendations just back to this board. That's all we're asking for. That's why we were set up as an audit committee. This is what we've done so far. These are what we've found. These are some of the issues we've identified. We want to continue and bring in other people to help us make recommendations back to this board. That's all we're saying.
Mr. Dietrich, can I ask? Did you have something?
Does it require a motion?
Well,
because if it does, I would make the motion to create this working group.
This is not an action item. It's not an action item. Did you have?
I don't see any downside. I mean, I don't know if we need it.
Go ahead.
We're just continuing on what the board has asked us to do.
I think well, we have public hearing on it.
These are my staff members, sorry.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize you. I apologize. Did you have something to add?
Yes, my name is Steve Inman, and I'm an audit supervisor with the Office of Public School Construction, and I'm here today with Rudy Del Riel, a colleague also in the audit section, and we're going to follow up on Lisa's comments. And I want to begin with the subject of independence. Government Code 13885 states, the legislature finds and declares as follows. Recent corporate scandals and federal legislation, such as the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002, focus attention on the importance of internal audit activity to public accountability and governance. Ensuring the independence of internal auditors of state agencies and that their findings are reported to the appropriate levels of government is critical to safeguarding public funds and the public trust.
Pardon?
I think it's the board that says this. I don't understand what they
I'd like to share with you an experience, my experience with the OPSC.
Did you want to say something, Cynthia?
I was just going to say, I think that if, just to get to the bottom line here, I think staff is concerned, if I'm hearing what you're saying right, that having the very people that they're going to go out and audit, setting audit guidelines and parameters is what's giving them pause.
Just having input and making recommendations to the board. This is not what we're asking to do. They're not coming up with it. It is the responsibility of the audit committee just to have a working group and then make recommendations back to the board. That's all we're doing.
Yes?
Yeah, okay. My name is
And I
Rudy.
think the statute says it's the board's responsibility to do the audit. It is the board's responsibility.
Well,
And
okay, well,
Can we get a point of clarification? We have the Attorney General who issued an opinion, and I would like for him to speak on that matter.
Good evening. Tom Patton, Deputy Attorney General, and yes, I wrote the opinion that Senator Lowenthal was referring to. And I understand the debate. I will speak to the last comment where you just indicated that your belief is that the statute directs that the SAB would be responsible for the performance of the audit. Am I misstating you, Senator? Anyways, that's what I thought I heard. Here's what I want to say. The statute 17070.20, I believe, says that, actually it's under program accountability. 17076.10a says that the board may require an audit. And then what my opinion goes on to discuss is that the OPSC is the administrative end of this operation per the statute that directs the DGS director to administer the Leroy Green Act. So my opinion says that the conduct of audits should be handled by OPSC acting on behalf of the DGS director, and that the SAB shouldn't go on, shouldn't undertake to engage auditors on its own. DGS, OPSC has that authority already, and they're doing that on behalf of SAB. The only other comment I would make is that I've made it clear in the opinion that if an audit process were to be a paint by numbers, painted into a box, this is how every audit's going to be done, look at account A, B, C, and D, and expenditure E, F, G, and H, end of audit, you then have a very inflexible regimented system that would have to be adopted by regulation. My understanding is that's not what you have at the moment. You have a more general, you have a regulation 1859.106 that says OPSC shall conduct an audit of expenditures, including site acquisition, and there's no greater guidance given than that, which makes some sense. I could see a directive to apply Yellow Book standards or generally accepted, government auditing standards, but to go into greater detail, particularly if you start to go in the direction of an audit painted by numbers, would then create potentially an inflexible audit system. And okay, I'm sorry.
I don't believe that's what we're trying to do.
And I'll just sit here.
Ms. Moore, Rudy.
And I mean, from my perspective too, what we're asking is a working group to make some recommendations. That's all. And at that point in time, I think it would be duly appropriate for staff to give a recommendation, give their opinion, have the AG give their opinion, so that we're not going in a direction that we would cross over the line in terms of, as you say, paint by numbers of the audit and start specifying exactly what we want, but we're just looking for recommendations, that's all. And I think that OPSC has done what they're supposed to do, which is what you're saying, they shall, do an audit. And I think the board can have a discussion about that, can they not?
It's actually my opinion that both entities have the authority to weigh in as to what sort of processes ought to be followed, because the statute doesn't specify that one or the other has the exclusive authority to decide the process. And so it makes sense in my mind for both entities to weigh in, and certainly the stakeholders to have the opportunity. I've heard Ms. Silverman indicate she's, is interested in hearing their voice through meetings. I guess maybe the concern is what I'm hearing is that there may be a concern that they do get painted into a paint-by-numbers audit box, and my counsel would be to avoid going there, because if you were to so regiment the system, you then create a real problem where anything that's arguably done outside that box then becomes subject to legal challenge.
And I think the working group can do that. I mean, we're not going to do a paint by numbers or come out with a list, you must do this. I think what we're trying to do is have clear and consistent guide, understand what it is and have transparency. That's really what we want to do. And I think that's the role of this board, to ask for that.
Ms. Moore? If I may, just for maybe help in bringing this together, understanding all the different perspectives. It's not reflected in the report, but there was testimony at one of the subcommittee hearings from our audits person at the Department of Education. And there is at the Department of Education a process by which there's a prescribed process annually that stakeholders do have input into the annual audit guide that is then promulgated for that year. And I'm not an expert in that. I don't know all the specifics of that. We certainly can be. But if this is modeled off of that it's providing the opportunity to have input into that audit guide, wouldn't that be good for all of us? Because the end user of the audit, of the audit guide and the end recipient of the audit, we want them to be well educated on what the expectations are and what the requirements are, and that they're meeting it, so that there aren't audit exceptions, so that we have that the process flows well. So the department does have that structure, and maybe we can assist with how that might work in a working group as well.
Yeah, Mr. Diedrich.
If you could clarify something for me that you had said earlier. As I understood you to say it's the board that requests the audit. I mean, to boil it down, it's the board that requests the audit, but it's OPSC who decides how the audit is done and to actually do it. And as I'm understanding what the motion is, you want a working group to come to recommendations to make to DGS and OPSC as to what processes we may or may not choose to use.
Recommendations back to this board. That's what the motion was when we first set up this audit committee, that we would come back to the board and talk about as an audit subcommittee. That's what the board asked us to do. And now we're saying is the next step is to bring some of the stakeholders together to have a working group and to come back to the board with recommendations. We're not saying, and that's really what we're asking. We were asked to do that, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking is, to what end are you making the recommendations? Are you making the recommendations so that the OPSC and DGS can determine what processes to use in the audits, or are you making the recommendations for some other purpose? That's what I'm trying to find out.
It might be helpful for those of us that are new here. It's my second meeting. I think it's your second meeting. It's Mr. Buchanan's second meeting. What was the purpose of forming this? I'm not having a problem with what you're saying. What was the original driving purpose?
We've got it written down, right?
I think there was.
I can read it down. Read it to you. I just asked where it is.
In the beginning, where we talk about what the board.
It just said the board unanimously established at the February 2009 State Allocation Board, which was unanimous, that we have an audit subcommittee in response to the Department of Finance audit report to study the scope of the OPSC auditing authority and to bring recommendations to the SAB defining that authority. The board asks that the recommendations seek to find a balance between the state's fiduciary responsibilities for bond accountability and the best use of state and local resources in conducting audits. That's what we were asked.
And I think, if I recall, I think I saw in something that audit report was that was from the OSA, the Office of State Evaluation. Sorry, they're my people, but apologize. I'm tired. It's 8. But I believe that audit was very critical of our program in terms that we were not doing extensive enough audits, and that we were not doing field audits, and that we were not following the bond accountability as set out in the governor's executive order. And so, in some ways, I sort of see a little bit of where the staff is really concerned that somehow or another this is a move by the board to say that all of these audits are bad. I think this effort started from the standpoint that they were concerned about the OSA audit, and this is the path that the Audit Subcommittee is recommending to us, to have a working group to come back. And in some ways, it'd be like your group that you're going out and meeting with. They can meet and come back and inform the board. But just from where I sit, it'd be very difficult for me to ever support. I mean, I would never support putting audit guidelines into regulations, having the auditees be the people that write the rules for the audits. It's just not it. But I don't think anyone sitting here is proposing
that. Do that.
I think we're looking for more information and some collaboration. And I think you've laid out very well with council and exactly what you're doing. And I don't think anyone's telling you to stop or saying that what you're doing is wrong. In fact, I think what you're doing is, it looks to me like over the last year you've gone significantly far. We know you're an auditor at heart, and I think that that we have the beginnings of an excellent program that protects the investment made by the voters of California, and I think the board wants a chance to have other input to verify that that's the case. And I'm going to take, if you want to speak, you can, but I'm going to take everyone at their word that they're not interested in stopping audits, that they're not interested in hiding fraud, they're not interested in anything but transparency, accountability, and understanding what the playing rules are. And, so I'm thinking that especially if you're willing to, if we had the state controller's staff on there, we had people from OSA on your working group, we talked to the inspector general, and we talked to Elaine Howell and her staff, and we made sure that the audit professionals in state government participate in the working group.
Right. And I would ask that we have the fair participation of these other state auditing agencies be participants, and also even to add to another member, somebody who has expertise in school district finances is Fiscal Crisis Management Assistant Team. I think they're a great resource. I think they would be another good participant in this program.
Fine. Again, we would like as much input so we can bring back to the board.
Yeah. I'd just like to say, too, audits, as the chair said, audits can be a very positive thing. They don't need to be perceived as a negative thing. They can be a very positive thing. And I think if the gentleman representing the Attorney General's office, it would be fair to say that this State Allocation Board can't say, the audit will do X. Right. But we could say, we would like to see X, but that the OPSC would still have, broad authority to, audit a lot. But if we were going to say, we want you to do X, and that's all we want you to do, we don't want you to do anything else, we just want you to look at this one thing, then we would have, overstepped our authority, and I agree on that.
If I could quickly comment, Senator Lowenthal pointed out, which I appreciated hearing for Senator Huff, that in February of 2009, the directive was to form a subcommittee to look at audit scope.
Right.
And that word scope, I think, is pretty key, and it goes to what you're talking about right now, which is that looking at the scope in general term is one thing. To get down then to a micro-regulatory view and then wanting to start to direct OPSC and DGS as to every nuance becomes very, very problematic, not only for the practical reasons that have been articulated, but in a legal sense also, I think it starts to then usurp the authority of DGS to carry out its administrative statutory mandate.
I need to come back to find out, do I need a do we need a vote?
I don't think we need, I mean, I think,
I think can direct. Basically, the board, if the board in agreement directs Senator Lowenthal to establish a
I don't
working
hear any
group within that.
objections to having a working committee.
May I address the board?
May I just suggest one piece before we close, that in that group that there be someone from the Department of Education that deals with the audits, the general audits of school districts as well.
Absolutely.
Of course, I'm volunteering some other directors, staff, but I will check in with them if they can assist with this as well.
Here's what I'll do is I'll come up with a list comprised what everybody thinks should include, send it out to you to get your okay or not, or if you suggest other people be added, and then go forward from that.
But may I add just one thing? You know, again, part of being independent is also the inference of having some influence. You know, we definitely want to hear back from the school district community, and as far as, you know, what we can do to have better outreach. But again, to have, you know, if the motion is, I mean, is it driving to create procedures, then obviously then we may not see eye to eye on that. We can
The
have
procedures might need to be more extensive than what you're doing now to protect the fiduciary
Yeah,
responsibility.
exactly.
And
And
if
I'm
that's the
open to that.
direction,
Right.
then I would think you would be open to that.
Yeah.
Mr. Duffy, did you have a quick point? Steve? Oh, yeah.
I'd like to
Hold on. Steve.
No, you're not being asked to talk.
Tom Duffy's going to speak.
All right, thank you. 2 times. Tom Duffy again for cash. We sent a letter to you.
No,
Yeah, the wrong
big
mic,
mic,
sorry.
big mic.
It's late.
Can you grab that? Tom Duffy for cash, and thank you again for your patience with us. We sent a letter to you on this matter supporting Senator Lowenthal's recommendation to form a working group. Having worked in public education as a superintendent, if I ever looked defensive in front of the public would think I was doing something that they wouldn't like. There's been a great deal of defensiveness over this issue of audits since last May when we met with OPSC, a group from Cash, and we learned some things that were being done differently, and we said, can we meet with you? And we met. And there was a good deal of defensiveness in the meeting, and I'm not being mean and I'm not criticizing OPSC staff. I'm just giving you the sense that we had, and it wasn't just me. So the question is, what's wrong with talking to school districts about what OPSC is going to be doing? When we did audits at the local level, and it happened every year, typically ASB, and you know what ASB is, ASB, Associated Student Body Funds, always had an issue. And what did I do? I said, we're going to set up training programs for the people that were responsible for those. So the auditors came in and trained them about what they were going to look for. So I don't understand what the issue is. Pardon me? Yeah, of course. And people changed, but I never gave up. We kept it up. But so the question I guess I have is, what is wrong with letting school districts know what it is that OPSC is going to be looking for and training them about that? And what's wrong with hearing from the constituents that are being served? Something was changed. Something significant was changed in what OPSC was asking for in the audits. And we went and said, tell us. And they did. We met with Mr. Inman and Lisa Silverman and others. And we then began to share with school districts, be prepared for this. We've done workshops on this, did one in January. So, I think it's good to be talking about it. I understand that there may be some hesitancy on the part of OPSC to say, well, we don't want to give you clues about what we're going to do because you may try to hide something. Well, I think we need some clues. I think there needs to be, the terms I keep hearing are accountability and transparency. Well, from our perspective, it's a two-way street, from the state and from the local level. And we offer our assistance. We've got good people that are knowledgeable. And so not criticizing your staff, but saying, we'd like to work with you, but really this question of this is hocus pocus, it's got to be behind the scenes, that's not the public process. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we're done on this item. I think we should move on to tab number 9, which is the SAB rules and operating procedures. Juan, did you want to?
I realize it's getting kind of late, so I'll make this very brief. Back in March 2009, the board created a subcommittee to establish rules and procedures for the board. Although the subcommittee never met, there was a set of rules that was introduced to the board back in November. Since then, there have been several different changes and suggested edits to those rules. Now, because we have some new members, we just wanted to clarify some things from the board. First, we wanted to make sure that the board still wants to adopt rules and procedures other than Robert's rules. And then we also want to seek the board's direction on whether the board wants to convene the Rules and Procedures Subcommittee. Now, as some of you know, the prior chair of the subcommittee is no longer serving the board, so the board could elect a new chair and reconvene the meeting. So with that, we're seeking the board's direction on this issue. And
Okay, I for one really favor the idea of just having the rules enacted. And we had a draft document that was prepared by staff, and there was another draft prepared by the AEO, and I was looking at them trying to, help figure it out. And it was too much. I didn't think it was a decision that was appropriate for me to just make unilaterally, and I think we do need to have the subcommittee. We need to decide a lot of these issues, like when can we bring an item back, how do we deal with staff appeals, how do we deal with reconsideration, what are exactly our rules, and write them out. And I was hoping that we could do that, and we had Senator Weiland originally as the chair of that committee. It never met. I believe
Senator Hancock has offered Senator Hancock to not only serve on the committee but to chair the committee if we would wish. I know Assembly Brownlee is a member of that committee, I believe. Is that not so? I think so. Shake your head, yes.
I think the other member was Mr. Harvey.
It's Mr. Harvey.
And Assemblywoman Fuller has agreed to also
Right, and Assemblywoman Fuller said she wanted to be on it. So I think we should move forward with this subcommittee.
Okay, and I'll go and talk to Senator Hancock. I'd like them to really get together rapidly, because I think a lot of these issues can be resolved by just us all having an agreement amongst ourselves. Like I've said to all of you, set a table where we can at least understand the manner rules to have the fight, the food fight we need to have.
So I just want to, we've had a long meeting, I know, but we've had some interesting discussions, and we've had some interesting questions about the rules through this meeting. So I'm just wondering what rules we do follow currently before this committee makes some recommendations for the rules. What are the current rules of which we follow?
I'm under the impression that we aren't operating under any set of rules.
Historically speaking, as it was set up, Senator Leroy Green had the committee follow Senate rules. Nothing formally was adopted procedure-wise, but everybody knew when he was chair that they followed Senate rules. There has been no other formal adoption under Robert's rules, but generally when a board has not adopted anything, Robert's rules generally apply to the board.
So I guess the question is, should we agendize so that we can take a vote and fully notice the public that we operate under Robert's rules until we have some recommendations, and we may agree or we may change, but at least so that we have a body of rules of which we're clear we're operating under. Because I think part of the sort of unclarity or lack of clarity is a function of just not knowing what rules indeed we're operating under.
We could do that.
Can we take that action tonight?
Yeah, we can actually take that action tonight because that is a noticed action item. So if the board chooses to make a motion to convene the subcommittee.
Is it an action item?
It is an action item. This is.
Well, I think in the interim of that we are very clear that it's Robert's Rules of Order until such time as this committee has the opportunity to meet and make a recommendation to support.
I'm so worried about the rules, and what are the rules? Because as a school board member, we're so clear about an item, whether it's an action item or not an action item. And so, whether it really is an action item or not, I'm not completely clear.
has all the rules.
Okay, so do we have is that your motion?
Yes, I would move that.
Okay, so we're okay. From OPS, okay, so, all
All
right,
those in
so there's an
favor?
agreement then, that we,
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're under Robert's Rules of Order, and the subcommittee will meet shortly.
Good.
We'll get going.
Can I make one suggestion?
Yes.
Could we ask the subcommittee at the next meeting, I don't know if I'm going to be here, but could they come back with a agenda for us of when, either when they're going to meet or when they expect to come back to us with some kind of...
Speaking for Senator Hancock, she'd love to do that.
Good, thank you.
She'll never give you her proxy again.
Well, they would have to notice it because it's under the Open Meeting Act.
Okay.
Not here, that's what happens.
All right, so tab 10, this is our last item. Back to, this is the frequency of SAB meetings. One, I think this is yours.
This item has been before the board before. Basically, we had proposed that the board consider going every other month meetings so that staff can prepare the items, given the fact that we are losing several days a month due to the furloughs. At the last meeting, we were asked to bring back some suggestions, some options, instead of just going to the every other month, and to perhaps bring back a projected workload for the next 3 months so that the board can take a look at and see what items are being contemplated to bring to the board. So we have done that. We have several different options for the board, along with, on attachment A, our projected workload for the next 3 months. What I do want to point out is that the workload just deals with policy, special items, regulations. It doesn't include all of the other projects that we review that are generally part of the consent. So this is just for the board to review in terms of what we have projected for the next 3 months. So the options are, option 1 is to conduct a monthly meeting for consent items only and a bi-monthly meeting for consent specials, for special appeals, regulations, and policy items. Option 2 is to go full monthly meetings every other month. Option 3 is to go full meetings every month and redirect existing program staff to manage the workload for policy and special discussion items. And then option 4 is to have full meetings every month and limit the amount of special items that we have in each month. Those are the new options that we have before you. Before I conclude the presentation, I also want to mention that we had a request to also include the discussion of the frequency of the implementation committee meetings as part of this item. Currently, they're set at every other month between now and the end of the fiscal year. We do have a special meeting set in March. We have a regularly scheduled meeting in April. We don't have currently a meeting scheduled in May, although we anticipate having one to discuss the high performance regulations. And then we have another one scheduled in June as a regularly scheduled meeting. So there's 2 discussion items before you today. One is on the frequency of the board meetings, and another one is on the frequency of the implementation committee meetings. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions or comments?
Ms. Buchanan told me that our spring recess is April 1st, starts on April 1st, so I don't know what that means for legislators.
I would think.
That's just the implementation. It's the committee I chair with stakeholders.
I see, okay.
It says regularly scheduled.
Yeah, it's just for the, that's for the imp committee. When's the next
Oh, I
SAB?
see.
Is March
Those are all-
24th, I think.
Correct.
Mr. Dietrich?
I'm a little confused, sorry. You want us to give you direction on how often the IMP should meet for the rest of this fiscal year, but then you just tell us they're meeting every month anyway?
The board asked us to have this discussion as part of this item, so that's why we included it.
Do we have, did you have public comment on this item, or are you just stretching?
I was trying to stay awake, but thank you. Lyle Smoot, representing Los Angeles Unified School District. And I just want to point out something pretty obvious. You've spent an amazing amount of time tonight talking about the unintended consequences of canceling the December meeting. I think you can see if you start canceling meetings and stuff, you're just going to have that over and over again. So I think I would just ask you to understanding workload and all that. I worked there for 102 years, I think, so I understand all those issues. You know, this is not a new issue. Furloughs or the equivalent, if you will, have taken place in the past. Hiring freezes that took the staff from, I'm not going to try to say the numbers, but I think it was from 66 staff members to 14, and there was no change at that point in time. So I just want to tell you that for Los Angeles, we would hope that in your deliberations you'll consider the unintended consequences of not having a regular monthly meeting. And of course, the implementation committee just goes along with that. If you don't have regular meetings, the implementation committee, you know, everything gets held back. And, you know, these meetings, it's 8 o'clock now, or 8:30 now, and I think if you, one last statement, if you have, he's hoping I'll even catch that plane. I think you just have longer, you know, you're not going to save any time. You're just going to have longer meetings on some other schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members, again, Tom Duffy for Cash. In times of crisis, public agencies meet more. I was hearing today from Stephen Amos about what's happening within general services because of the demand for time, and so I would argue that we need to be in conversations on a monthly basis. If there is some need for Lisa to diminish what she brings to you because they have difficulty getting to some policy issue and they defer that, then maybe give her license to do that. So I think that would be important. We have a letter to you on this as well. And
which of the staff options do you prefer?
I believe it's important to meet every month.
3.
Yeah, basically.
Or 4. What you're saying, I hear you saying, is your first preference would be 3. If we need to do 4, you could handle 4, but you'd prefer that.
But I would say don't do anything hard and fast. I would say basically stay the course that you're on, and give some discretion to your staff. But I think it's important to continue the dialogue. And just one final thing, we have to compliment the chair because this is the first time in a really long time we've gotten through every item on the agenda without a deferral. So
it was the protein I had before I got it.
So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I would just, concur with the comments that were made, and I think that for us to be able to service the districts well, we need to meet as frequently as we're able to, at least once a month. I think it's important that we we have so many issues and outstanding issues that we haven't been able to get to, and it would be very helpful for me to have a list of the pending items that we have either postponed to another meeting, and even tonight we've made some requests for things to come back to the meeting for a decision and approval. And I think it would be helpful if we're going to meet just once a month that we find some way to catch up on all of the sort of outstanding things that we have delayed. Now, and maybe I perceive that there are more items that we have delayed than there actually are. I'm not sure, but I just feel like it's necessary for us to sort of catch up. And again, each item takes more time because we're in these unusual set of circumstances, and so the decisions become more difficult. And in these trying times, I agree with Mr. Duffy. It's yes.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Dietrich.
If I may, option 3 will just so the board is aware, will redirect the existing program staff, so they may create additional delays in processing applications to focus on the policy and specials item. Just want to make the board aware that may be a consequence.
And I just believe the items that we have postponed, that you already prepared for is not going to require additional staff time to prepare. And if we could just kind of catch up on those without impinging on your time, and again, I understand the furlough situation and so forth, so I really want to be sympathetic to that, but I think, there are items that we can move forward on.
Ms. Buchanan?
I need clarification, because item 3, reading it made the most sense to me, but because I think if you have projects, that's the most critical for us to move forward, because not only does it help school districts move forward with their planning, it's good for the economy, because we're bidding projects and we're getting people back to work. So the way I looked at 3 when I first read it was to assume that, in terms of processing applications and approvals, that would continue, but something like maybe your audit committee, you might say, well, we're not going to do that this month, we'll do it next month. I mean, I would, that's the way I interpret it. I mean, I would assume then that the chair would be working with staff to see what's reasonable, but at a minimum, we'd be moving programs. But I thought I heard you say that item 3 meant that we'd slow the approvals for
The program staff that work on these special items also process applications. We do have a specialized team because it does take our most seasoned analysts to prepare the items, to do the research, to write the items. So to be able to meet with the demands of a monthly meeting, we will have to pull people away from regular processing applications. We may have to do that.
But the way I read this is that we would redirect to manage the workload for policy and special discussions, which the way I read it tells me that processing the applications is going to be the first priority. Am I not reading this?
Well, I hope it will be.
I think that, can I just say, I think that the way and part of this is because I've had these conversations with these guys, I think that option 4 is kind of what today's meeting was. I mean, I really did want to get through the binder, was my goal, and I really tried to, we had this, Senator Lowenthal last time asked about the fiscal conditions of the state allocation of the various funders into our program. The Department of General Services asked for a little more time to complete that item. I just gave Senator Lowenthal a call, and we agreed to put it over. So there's things like, we kind of did that. We tried to manage the workload, and I think that if the board is interested in monthly meetings, which, and I think I think the staff even came to that conclusion, since their preference is item 1, is that knowing that we want to continually keep our lists up to date and keep the project's funding thing going, we're at a monthly meeting point. I think that option 4 is a better place for us to be, that we're going to try to limit our items on the agenda. The staff did if you look at attachment A on page 297, they did a sample of kind of a workload of things that we're going to get to. And I think if we can go with an option 4, the staff can help, manage the meetings better. You'll see that your items are coming up. You'll know that the staff is not hiding the ball or leaving stuff off the agenda in a way to avoid something, that we're really, that it's, that we have a workload. Everybody understands. The stakeholders know when they need to get ready. They can get their letters in. They can, they can set, we don't have a situation like we had today where, we're dealing with an issue at the table. We'll have plenty of time to work them up. So if we're going to, I'd recommend, if we could, doing option 4.
That's fine with me.
Senator Huff?
Can I recommend option 5, which is continue doing what we're doing, and you direct staff as necessary to keep us running efficiently?
Option 5 is great with me.
Because we're meeting every month. We got a lot of balls in the air that we're trying to juggle. I think one of the speakers talked about trying to give staff flexibility, and so there's some months when trying to force them through some hard and fast thing we've come up with doesn't work real well. We're actually seeing that played out with the school districts that are having a rough time living with our hard and fast rules, and we sort of made exceptions for that tonight. So I think that would, for me, I'd certainly be
I concur with that, too. I just want to make sure that we're addressing the issues that we need to address for school districts to move forward. And there are some policy issues that we haven't wrestled with because we never have time. And some of those policy decisions, I think, are really important for districts in terms of their own planning, and what they're going to do too. And when they're just left out hanging and not knowing really what's going to happen, it's problematic. So as long as we're doing our due diligence around having agendas that are going to support the efforts and what the districts need from us.
I think, and I just, one last thing, I'll say one last thing on this
Complete faith
point.
in the chair.
that I'd really appreciate, hearing, from, Tom and all the key, all you key stakeholders, what issues you think that the board should be getting to that you haven't seen us do, so that we can kind of just, on a going forward basis, make sure that we get to everything and try and get to it in a structured way where we don't kill our poor, wonderful OPSC staff. Is there any public comment on any other item we didn't get to? Is there any objection to adjourning?
Is there a motion? Is a motion?
Oh, we did. Do you want to do a motion, or are we doing option 5? Yeah, we did. We're on option 5.
Option 5?
Oh, what we can have 1 and 2 is substitute. Or is what you can do is, Kathleen, you can restate changing it and you can second it again. So if you want to move to option 5, you can, or Huff did, if you can make, yeah.
My motion, I don't really think it needs a motion, but, that we meet monthly and we give the chair discretion to work with staff to move it along, to focus on the issues as we've all discussed.
Perfect. Do we have a second on Senator Huff's motion? All right. All those in favor, aye. Any public comment on an item that that was not on the agenda? All right. This meeting's adjourned.
Oh, you're welcome.
Someone might audit me and find it missing.
Okay. Thank you. I was going to call you guys.